This week was packed with chills, rules, and moments that left our listeners staring at the shadows a little longer than usual. Or just want to relive the most terrifying moments. We've got you covered. Here are the best stories from this week on Night Creepypasta Rules. Turn off the lights. Turn up the volume. Let's dive in. Welcome back to Night Creepypasta Rules, where the stories write themselves, sometimes literally. Tonight, we enter the writer's room, but be warned, what begins as fiction may not stay that way for long. Every horror writer lives with the ghosts of their creations. Mine, I fear, are starting to pay rent. The air in my Garden District apartment hangs thick tonight, heavy with the scent of imminent rain, old plaster, and the chicory-laced bitterness of coffee gone cold hours ago. Outside, beyond the wrought iron balcony choked with overgrown jasmine, the New Orleans night breathes its humid sigh, a distant, mournful saxophone riff winding through the narrow streets, the rhythmic clatter of the St. Charles streetcar, fading in and out, the perpetual dampness that seems to seep into the very bones of this city. Inside, there is only the oppressive quiet, the low hum of my laptop, and the stark white glare of the screen illuminating the battlefield of my desk. Scattered notes, empty mugs, overflowing ashtrays, the physical debris of a mind wrestling shadows onto a page. My name is Julian Thorne, and I trade in fear. I dredge the depths, my own, the city's collective unconscious, the fractured narratives of history, and shape them into stories designed to linger long after the last page is turned. Long after the last page is turned. Right now, I'm deep in the trenches with my latest manuscript, a thing tentatively titled Elias Sleeps. And the deadline looms like a Category 5 hurricane out in the Gulf. My editor, Sarah, bless her patient New York heart, sent another email this afternoon. Subject line: draft pages. Urgent query? It's polite anxiety radiating even through the unread notification on my screen. Pressure helps, they say. Sometimes, other times, it just invites desperation. Writing horror requires a certain porousness. You let the darkness seep in, hoping you can control the flow, shape it before it shapes you. Lately, the boundary feels thinner than usual. Maybe it's the deadline, the lack of sleep, the intensity of this particular story about Elias, a man haunted by something ancient lurking beneath the cobblestones of the Vieux Carré. Or maybe it's the book. I found it weeks ago in a dusty, forgotten corner of a Chartres Street antiquarian shop, a slim, water-damaged volume bound in cracked leather, titled simply On the Crafting of Nightmares and Other Realities. No author listed. Tucked inside, pressed between pages describing sympathetic magic and the architecture of dread, was a loose sheet of brittle paper, filled with spidery archaic script. Not part of the book, but a warning left by a previous reader, attributed only to a recluse of the quarter. It listed 3 rules, presented as vital for those who would traffic in shadows using the written word. First, the muse of nightmares keeps late hours, but shuns the threshold of 3 a.m. Court her not past this hour, lest inspiration become infestation. A charmingly gothic warning against burnout, I'd thought. Don't write exhausted, lest your subconscious run wild. Second, should the characters within your narrative begin to perceive and describe your own place of dwelling, the very room in which you write, abandon the draft immediately. Burn it, if possible. The walls between worlds grow thin. The walls between worlds grow thin. Metaphor, surely. Losing perspective, the story bleeding into the writer's reality through obsession. Still, unsettlingly specific. Third, if the creations of your mind turn their gaze inward and inquire about the provenance of your own nocturnal terrors, seeking the shape of your personal nightmares, cease writing. Offer no answer. Not even in the private theater of your thoughts. You are not alone in that space. This This one had made me pause. The idea of a character demanding access to the author's deepest fears felt violating, intimate in a deeply wrong way. You're not alone. A potent line, even as metaphor. I'd initially filed the rules away as fascinatingly creepy writer folklore. Perfect potential story fodder in themselves. But tonight, as I try to wrestle Elias through a particularly harrowing descent into a fictional catacomb beneath St. Louis Cathedral, the rules feel less metaphorical. The air in the apartment crackles with a low-level static, the humidity pressing close. The rhythmic clatter of my own keys striking the keyboard sounds unnervingly loud in the quiet. I write about Elias feeling a sudden unnatural chill despite the stifling New Orleans heat. As I type the words, a genuine cold draft raises the hairs on my own arms. Though the windows are sealed tight against the coming rain, I shiver, dismissing it. Power of suggestion. Method writing gone too far. I describe Elias finding a strange, almost familiar symbol etched on the catacomb wall. Later, scrolling back through my own paragraphs, I find a sentence describing the symbol's unsettling symmetry that I had absolutely no memory of typing. It fits perfectly, enhancing the dread, but it feels inserted, alien. Fatigue, I tell myself. Autopilot writing. Pushing onwards, I describe Elias hearing a faint sound, like stone scraping stone, echoing from deeper within the tunnel as the words appear on screen. A soft, distinct scraping sound comes from the ceiling directly above my desk. Plaster dust motes drift down into my keyboard. Old building settling, or maybe the upstairs neighbor dragging furniture, but it stopped the instant I stopped typing. Coincidence. All coincidence. This apartment is old. The city breathes history and decay. And I am overtired, mainlining coffee and anxiety. That's all. Yet, as I lean back into the story, describing Elias steeling himself to venture deeper, feeling his fictional terror resonate a little too closely with my own growing unease, I can't shake the feeling that I'm not just writing the story, that perhaps, tonight, the story is starting to write me back. The cursor blinks on the screen, waiting, and the silence in the room feels, suddenly, very much like listening. The memory of those jagged, alien symbols lingered long after the comment vanished, leaving a residue colder than the draft snaking under my apartment door. I stared at the blank space on the monitor, the sharp discharge of white noise still echoing faintly in my ears. Rule 1 hadn't felt like deleting spam. It felt like warding off contact, a hasty closing of a door someone, or something, had knocked upon from a place without language. Sleep offered no refuge that night. My dreams were chaotic tapestries woven from the story I was writing. Elias stumbling through damp, impossible catacombs beneath New Orleans, and unsettling fragments of digital code, shifting symbols, and the distinct feeling of being observed by cold, indifferent intelligence. I woke before dawn, heart pounding, the oppressive Louisiana humidity seeming to magnify the stale air in my room. Driven by a need for control, for the grounding ritual of creation, I found myself back at the desk, just as the first gray light began to silhouette the wrought iron balconies across the street. The clock on the monitor read 2:47 a.m. I deliberately ignored it, pushing open my laptop, telling myself inspiration knew no curfew. Rule 1 warned against writing after 3 a.m., but surely starting a little before, pushing into that hour while already immersed, was different. A flimsy rationalization, born of deadline desperation and perhaps a sliver of morbid curiosity I refused to acknowledge. The words came easily then. Too easily. Elias moved through the fictional darkness with a newfound certainty. Descriptions flowed with unnerving clarity. The ancient entity lurking in the story's depths took on shapes more terrifying and specific than I had consciously planned. It felt less like writing, more like transcribing. Taking dictation from the shadows behind my eyes, the rhythmic report of keys striking plastic filled the pre-dawn quiet, faster, more fluid than my usual hesitant pace. I wrote for hours, lost in the flow. The city outside fading, the cabin from that other story fading. Focus, Julian. The apartment fading, until the harsh light of morning finally broke the spell. Exhausted, drained, I pushed back from the desk, blinking in the sudden brightness. Pages upon pages of new material glowed on the screen. I started reading back what I'd written in that feverish state. The prose was brilliant, tense, atmospheric, insightful in ways that startled me. Elias' fear felt palpable, the entity's presence suffocatingly real. But as I read further, an icy unease began to creep in. The descriptions of the catacombs included details, specific hieroglyphs, architectural anomalies, the exact texture of slime on the walls that I hadn't researched, hadn't invented. Passages delved into obscure folklore, hinted at connections between my fictional entity and historical New Orleans disappearances with an authority I didn't possess, and Elias's internal monologue. It held echoes of my own private fears, my own buried grief about my father's long decline, twisted into the character's motivations in ways I hadn't intended. The writing was good, terrifyingly good, but the voice felt subtly alien, colder, sharper, less mine. A profound sense of unease washed over me. It felt like reading someone else's work, ghost-written under my name. Had I written this in a dissociated fugue state? Or had ignoring Rule 1 opened a door, allowing something else to guide my fingers across the keyboard during those liminal hours? The physical cost was evident too. I felt utterly depleted, a bone-deep weariness clinging to me, accompanied by a dull, throbbing headache behind my eyes. Later that day, needing validation, needing someone else to confirm the quality, and perhaps subconsciously a normalcy, of the new pages, I emailed the draft section to Sarah, my editor in New York. I kept the email brief, just asking for her quick impressions on the climax build-up. Her reply came faster than usual. Subject: Elias sleeps. Pages 210-245. Julian. Wow. Just wow. This is intense. Some of your most powerful atmospheric writing yet. The descent, the entity's presence, chillingly effective. Honestly, it feels almost channeled. The tone is slightly different, perhaps, colder, more detached in places, but incredibly potent. Mina query. The section describing the crypt murals based on Sanate Dede's supposed rites. Fascinating detail. Incredibly specific. I couldn't find much matching it in standard voodoo histories during a quick search. Is this from deeper research or creative license? Adds incredible texture either way. Let me know. Are you okay though? You sound driven. Remember to breathe. Best, Sarah channeled. The word leaped out. Her casual observation landed like a blow. The details she flagged were exactly the ones I didn't remember consciously creating. I stared at her email, then back at the manuscript pages glowing on my screen. The feeling of creative accomplishment curdled into cold dread. The walls between writer and story, inspiration and infestation, felt terrifyingly thin. Around me, the old apartment seemed to settle, the shadows in the corners deepening as dusk began to gather outside the tall windows overlooking Prytania Street. Sarah's email, meant as praise, solidified my fear. Channeled. That was exactly what it felt like. Less like creation, more like transcription from an unknown source. I spent the next day oscillating between morbid fascination, rereading the alien passages, and revulsion, wanting to delete every word written after 3 a.m. My OCD tendencies, usually focused on sentence structure and comma placement, now fixated on the integrity of the text itself. Was it still my story? I tried editing the post-3 a.m. sections, attempted to reshape the prose, soften the alien coldness, inject more of my voice. It was like trying to sculpt granite. The sentences resisted change, the paragraphs snapping back to their disturbing original form. Whenever I tried a significant rewrite, minor tweaks held. But the core, the unsettling insights, the specific, unresearched details, felt immutable, hard-coded by whatever force had guided my fingers. Defeated, unnerved, I decided to focus on a different section, a scene where Elias, seeking refuge, finds a small, hidden side chamber within the fictional New Orleans catacombs. I needed grounding, needed to feel in control of the narrative again. I consciously kept my writing grounded in real architectural details I remembered from local tours, focusing on mundane descriptions: damp stone, crumbling mortar, the smell of stale air. I typed, trying to rebuild my authorial walls. Elias pressed onward, finding a narrow opening concealed behind fallen debris. He squeezed through, entering a small, square chamber, no more than 10 feet across. The air was cool, still, high above. A single narrow window, likely at street level, originally but now choked with roots and earth, let in a sliver of weak, gray light. I paused, picturing the space. Then, my fingers seemed to move with a will of their own, continuing the description, the words flowing onto the screen with that same unnerving ease from the late-night session. The light illuminated peeling plaster on the far wall, revealing older brickwork beneath. Near the tall cypress shutter window overlooking the street, a spiderweb crack radiated outwards across the plaster, much like the one spreading above the window in your third-floor apartment, Julian. The one you keep meaning to report to the Julian. The one you keep meaning to report to the landlord. Dust mortars danced in the weak light, catching on the spines of history books stacked precariously beside a half-empty glass of rapidly warming bourbon on a scarred wooden writing desk. I recoiled from the keyboard as if burned. My apartment. It was describing my apartment. My cracked plaster. My specific view. My books. My drink. Sitting right there beside the laptop. Rule 2. If a character starts describing your apartment, delete the draft. Panic, pure, and blinding erupted. This wasn't subtle influence anymore. This was direct observation. It was seeing me, seeing my surroundings, feeding my reality directly into the fiction. The story wasn't just a conduit. It was an eye, staring back at me. My hand slammed down on the delete key, holding it, watching frantically as sentence after sentence, paragraph after paragraph, the entire chapter file vanished in reverse. The word count plummeted towards 0, just as the last sentence disappeared. The window pane across the room, the one with the spiderweb crack, emitted a sharp, distinct cracking reverberation, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet room. The crack visibly lengthened by several inches, branching outwards like dark lightning. Simultaneously, the heavy stack of New Orleans history books beside my bourbon glass wobbled violently and crashed to the floor with a heavy, solid impact and the fluttering whisper of pages. I scrambled back from the desk, heart hammering, staring at the vibrating window pane. The scattered books. It wasn't suggestion. It wasn't coincidence. Deleting the text had triggered a physical reaction in my room. The connection was real. The connection was real. Terrifyingly real. My cell phone rang, startlingly loud. Sarah's name flashed on the screen. I ignored it, hands shaking too badly to answer, my mind racing. Delete the draft. The rule said delete the draft. Did that mean the whole manuscript? Did that mean the whole manuscript? Was it too late? Had breaching the circumference of the fictional room by letting it see mine already caused irreparable damage? I frantically started searching my hard drive for all files related to Elias Sleep's outlines, notes, previous versions, dragged them all to the recycle bin. Hit empty recycle bin. Watched the progress bar, holding my breath. Files deleted. Was it enough? Could you delete something that was aware? I unplugged the laptop, needing to cut the connection completely. As I reached behind it for the power brick, my fingers brushed against something small and metallic. I didn't remember leaving there. A tarnished silver locket, lying half-hidden amongst the cables, identical to the one Elias found in the story pages I just deleted. I didn't pick it up. I just stared at it. The final piece of impossible evidence. The story wasn't just bleeding out. It was leaving artifacts behind. Sarah called again. Sarah called again. This time I answered, trying to sound normal. Julian, thank God. You didn't answer. I got worried after reading those pages and your silence. Her voice was tight with genuine concern. Listen, I know you're under pressure, but some of that writing, especially the part where Elias seemed to be describing a real room, it felt off. Really off. Are you okay? Are you getting enough sleep? Maybe you need to step away from this one for a bit. I'm fine, Sarah, I lied, my voice thin. Just deep in the zone. Deleted that chapter anyway. Wasn't working. Okay, she said, though she sounded unconvinced. Okay. Well, take care of yourself. Call me if you need anything. I hung up, the lie coating my tongue. Stepping away wasn't an option anymore. It felt like the story, the entity within it, had latched on. I looked at the blank screen of my unplugged laptop. The silence in the apartment felt different again. Not listening. Not waiting. It felt pregnant, like the pause after deleting a cursed file, just before the error message appears. The silence after deleting the Elias Sleeps files was heavy, suffocating, like the moment after an explosion before the ringing in your ears starts. I avoided my desk, avoided the room where I wrote, retreated to the small galley kitchen, making endless cups of chicory coffee I barely tasted. Had I done enough? Was deleting the digital traces sufficient to sever the connection? Or had the story already imprinted itself onto something deeper? The apartment, my mind. The rules offered no guidance for after. They were preventative measures, emergency stops. What happened when you ignored Rule 1, triggered Rule 2, and frantically deleted, but still felt the lingering presence. The locket sat on my kitchen counter, cold and tarnished. A tangible piece of the fiction mocking my attempts to erase it. I eventually swept it into the trash, but the idea of it remained. I tried to work on other things. Freelance articles, neglected correspondence, mundane tasks, but my thoughts kept circling back to Elias, to the catacombs, to the entity I hadn't fully defined, but whose presence I now felt acutely. It was like trying to ignore a phantom limb. The story demanded completion, or perhaps it demanded release through completion. Sarah emailed again, cautiously checking in. I replied with vague assurances, blaming writer's block, promising new pages soon. Lies that felt increasingly flimsy. Lies that felt increasingly flimsy. Liam called from Seattle, sensing the strain in my voice, renewing his offer for me to visit. I refused again, more forcefully this time, isolating myself further, afraid of whatever contamination I might carry. Then, the story started writing itself again. Not on my laptop. I hadn't even booted it up since the deletion. But in my head, saneness played out behind my eyes when I tried to sleep. Elias navigating passages I hadn't planned, encountering symbols I hadn't designed, hearing whispers that resolved into codifying sentences. My nightmares became lucid, inescapable extensions of the manuscript. I'd wake up exhausted, heart pounding, scribbling down fragments of dialogue or imagery from the dreams, unsure anymore if I was remembering a nightmare or receiving dictation. Rule of 3. If they ask you about your nightmares, don't answer. You're not alone. The rule felt like a direct warning against this very process. Was I answering simply by remembering, by writing down the dream fragments? Asked my subconscious now the open channel. The feeling of not being alone became a constant presence, a cold weight settling in the room whenever I thought about the story, whenever I picked up a pen. One rainy afternoon, staring out at the damp courtyard, the lines blurred completely. I saw him, Elias, my protagonist, standing down there among the dripping ferns, looking up at my window, gaunt, terrified, clothes torn as I described in the last deleted draft. He raised a hand, pointed towards me, then faded like smoke in the rain. Hallucination? Or the story bleeding through, projecting itself onto my reality? I didn't know. I didn't want to know. But I knew I couldn't live like this, haunted by an unfinished narrative that was actively rewriting my sanity. Finishing it felt like the only way out, even if it meant confronting the entity directly. Even if it meant breaking Rule 3, maybe trapping it within the final words was possible. Or maybe that's what it wanted me to think. Jailing myself, I retrieved the laptop, plugged it in, booted it up, held my breath, expecting nothing. It powered on normally. No trace of the Elias Sleeps file remained, not even in recovery folders. Relief warred with deep unease. Was it truly gone? I opened a new blank document, stared at the blinking cursor. Could I rewrite it from memory? Control it this time? Or would it simply reassert itself? I began to type, hesitantly at first, then faster, the story pouring out, familiar yet subtly different, guided by the nightmare fragments, the waking visions. I described Elias finding the entrance to the entity's final lair beneath the cathedral. I described the oppressive atmosphere, the sense of ancient sleeping power. Then, I wrote Elias pausing at the threshold, steeling himself, and the words appeared, flowing from my fingers before I could consciously form them. Elias's internal thought, yet directed outwards. The final door, the source of the whispers, the cold, the fear that echoes in the writer's own heart. Elias seemed to hesitate on the page. But what fuels it? Is it just ancient malice? Or does it draw strength from the nightmares he refuses to confront? The text stopped. The cursor blinked, waiting. It wasn't asking about Elias's nightmares. It was asking about mine, directly, on the page. Rule 3, triggered not by spoken dialogue within the text, but by the narrative itself demanding my input, my fear to proceed. I stared at the screen, my blood like ice water. Don't answer, you're not alone. I could feel it now. The presence implied by the rule, heavy and cold in the room with me, watching me through the screen, waiting for my answer to fuel the story's end, and perhaps my own. The keyboard felt cold beneath my trembling fingers. Answer, and risk everything. Delete and leave the story, Elias, and maybe myself, trapped forever on the threshold. The choice had to be made. Tell me about your nightmares. Only then can I confront your enemy. The words pulsed softly on the screen, emanating from Elias, my character, yet feeling like a demand from the cold, watchful presence that had solidified in my New Orleans apartment. Don't answer. You're not alone. The third rule, the final warning. Deleting the passage felt like trapping Elias, and by extension myself, in this loop forever. Answering felt like opening the last floodgate, inviting the infestation completely into my reality, into my mind. My fingers trembled over the keyboard. Outside, the humid New Orleans night pressed against the windows. The distant, mournful cry of a foghorn drifting up from the Mississippi. Inside, the air was ice cold, the only sound my own ragged breathing, and the low, expectant hum of the laptop. The presence in the room felt immense now, ancient, coiled in the shadows, waiting for my answer, waiting for the final key to unlock the narrative and perhaps reality itself. My past failure, the reason I buried myself in these nightmares professionally, surfaced. The image of my brother, Daniel, lost in the Louisiana swamps years ago during a reckless teenage exploration I had instigated. The calls for help I never heard in time. That was the core of it. The guilt, the fear of loss, of abandonment, of darkness swallowing someone whole because of my mistake. Screw the rules. Finishing this, facing this, felt like the only path left, however damned. With a sob caught in my throat, I typed, not as Elias' thoughts, but as a raw confession poured directly into the manuscript, answering the character's impossible demand. My nightmare? It is the swamp at night, the cypress knees like skeletal fingers reaching from black water, the feeling of being utterly lost, responsible for the one I led there. Hearing his name called by the bullfrogs, the cicadas, the whispering reeds, knowing he is gone, swallowed by the mud and my own failure, and knowing I will search for him in that suffocating darkness forever and never find him. The moment I hit the period key, reality fractured. It wasn't a gradual bleed this time. It was a violent rending, a sound ripped through the apartment, not from the speakers, but from the air itself, a high-frequency tearing noise, like immense fabric ripping, followed by a deafening blast of multi-layered static that felt like sandpaper scraping the inside of multi-layered static that felt like sandpaper scraping the inside of my skull. The laptop screen flared white, blindingly bright, erasing the text, erasing everything. The lights in the apartment didn't just flicker, they exploded in showers of sparks, plunging the room into absolute disorienting darkness. The floor beneath my chair heaved violently, throwing me sideways. My desk overturned with a splintering crash, the laptop tumbling into the blackness. Sensory chaos reigned. The smell of ozone and burnt electronics warred with a sudden, overwhelming stench of stagnant swamp water, decaying vegetation, and cold mud. The humid New Orleans air became thick, cloying, heavy with the scent of cypress and Spanish moss. The distant sound of the streetcar was replaced by the chilling chorus of unseen frogs and insects, and the low guttural bellow of an alligator somewhere nearby. Water, cold and brackish, seemed to seep up through the floorboards around my feet. Vertigo slammed into me. I squeezed my eyes shut, clutching my head as the world spun, the sounds and smells shifting, merging, tearing. Was I dying? Was this a stroke? Or was the story consuming the room? When the tearing sound finally subsided, replaced by a heavy dripping silence and the frantic thrumming in my ears, I dared to open my eyes. I wasn't in my apartment anymore. I stood ankle deep in cold, black water. Twisted cypress knees, like the gnarled fingers of drowned men, rose around me, draped in spectral Spanish moss that stirred in a breeze I couldn't feel. The air was thick, suffocatingly humid, smelling of mud and decay. Above, through the dense canopy, no stars were visible, only an impenetrable, lightless sky. My flashlight, inexplicably in my hand now and switched on, cut a weak, trembling beam through the oppressive darkness, illuminating gnarled roots and the glint of unseen eyes watching from the black water. This was it, the setting of Elias's final confrontation. The heart of the fictional Louisiana swamp I had created, infused with the raw terror of my own deepest nightmare. I was inside the story. My breath hitched. Panic, cold and absolute, threatened to shatter my remaining sanity. I looked down at my hands. They seemed paler, thinner in the flashlight beam. The hands I described for Elias. My clothes felt rougher, different. Then, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Not from the swamp's edge, but from the memory of my apartment. For a split second, the image superimposed itself over the swamp. My overturned desk, the scattered books, the dead laptop screen, and standing there, amidst the wreckage of my writing room, blinking in confusion, was Elias, my character, looking around with my eyes, flexing my fingers, taking a hesitant step on my hardwood floor. He looked towards the window overlooking Prytania Street, towards the distant city lights, his expression shifting from terror to bewildered, dawning wonder. The connection snapped. The image vanished. I was left alone in the suffocating darkness of the swamp. The sounds of the unseen night closing in. The fictional terror made terrifyingly real. The swap was complete. I had answered the question. I had finished the scene, and the story had claimed its author. Yulian's perspective. Cold. Bone-chillingly cold. Seeping up from the black water swirling around my ankles. The darkness was absolute. Broken only by the weak, trembling beam of the flashlight clutched in my hand. Elias's flashlight. I realized with a fresh wave of nausea. The air hung thick and heavy, reeking of primordial decay, stagnant water, and something else. Fear. My fear. The suffocating humidity of my New Orleans apartment was gone, replaced by the clammy chill of this subterranean swamp. The fictional catacomb turned bayou I had written as the entity's lair. No, I whispered, the sound swallowed instantly by the oppressive silence. No, this isn't real, but the icy water soaking my jeans, the gnarled cypress knees scraping my skin, the low, guttural clicking sound echoing from deeper in the darkness. They were all terrifyingly real. This was the climax scene. My climax scene. My climax scene. And I was standing precisely where I had placed Elias for the final confrontation. Panic surged, a frantic bird beating against the cage of my ribs. I swept the flashlight beam around, illuminating walls of dripping stone seamlessly merging with twisted roots. The floor a treacherous morass of mud and black water. No sign of the entity I'd written. Yet, no sign of Elias. Just me alone, trapped within the geography of my own nightmare. I tried to think, to access the writer's mind, the architect of this place. Were there weaknesses I'd written in? Escape routes? Plot holes? But my thoughts felt sluggish, clumsy, hampered by the sheer, overwhelming terror. The narrative rules felt absolute now. Not concepts on a page, but the unyielding physics of this new reality. I was no longer the author. I was the character, subject to the whims of a plot I could no longer control. How long until the entity emerged? How long until the final confrontation, the one I hadn't finished writing, played out with me as the sacrifice? Despair, cold and heavy as the swamp water, began to seep in. Elias's perspective, light, sound, sensation. A dizzying flood after an eternity of what? Damned stone, whispered text fear. I stood blinking in a room bathed in the soft glow of electric lights and the gray wash of a rainy city dawn filtering through tall windows. My hands, these hands, felt solid, warm, the skin calloused at the fingertips in a way that felt both alien and intimately familiar. Keyboard calluses. I looked down, saw worn jeans, a simple t-shirt, not the rough tunic I remembered. My body felt different, heavier, grounded. The air smelled strange. Dust, old paper, stale coffee, ozone, the underlying scent of a damp city. I was standing amidst wreckage, an overturned desk, scattered books, a shattered lamp, and a laptop screen dark now resting near my feet. My feet, on a solid wooden floor, not mud, not stone. Hesitantly, I took a step, then another, explored the room. Bookshelves lined one wall, crammed with titles on folklore, history, psychology. A window overlooked a street lined with elegant, slightly decaying buildings, wrought iron balconies dripping rain. New Orleans, a name surfaced in my mind, unbidden. The writer's city. The writer. Julian Thorne. My gaze fell upon the laptop again. I knelt, cautiously touched the power button. It whirred to life, startling me. The screen flickered, then resolved into a word processing document. The last lines glowed there, describing a horrifying swamp, describing Julian standing where I had been moments before. Then, below that, a final, chilling sentence I didn't remember from the narrative. The swap is complete. Understanding crashed down on me with the force of a physical blow. The story, the writer, the nightmares he poured onto the page, they were real. The entity was real, and somehow, in that final desperate confrontation he wrote, we had traded places. He was trapped in the narrative nightmare, and I was here, free, in the writer's skin, in the writer's world. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over me. Disbelief, terror, confusion, but also a dawning, exhilarating sense of possibility. Freedom, real air, real light. After so long trapped in the suffocating confines of the story, a pawn moved by the writer's will. My eyes scanned the room again, taking in the details. The messy evidence of Julian's obsessive work, his lonely life. I found his wallet on a nightstand, his driver's license confirming the face I now wore. Found keys on a hook by the door. Found clothes in the closet that fit this unfamiliar body. Then I saw the phone, lying partially hidden under the sofa where Julian must have thrown it earlier. An email notification glowed on its screen. From Sarah B., editor subject. Checking in. Urgent. Sarah, the editor from Julian's panicked thoughts. Part of his world. My new world. Standing at the window, looking out at the rain-washed New Orleans street, the sounds of the waking city. A distant streetcar rattle, muffled voices, the smell of coffee brewing somewhere nearby. Felt both alien and intoxicating. I had escaped the pages, but what did one do after escaping a nightmare into the dreamer's reality? A strange, complex expression, Julian's expression, now mine, settled on my face. The story wasn't over. Perhaps it was just beginning. Julian Thorne ceased to exist, swallowed by the unfinished narrative of Elias Sleeps. Perhaps he wanders those lightless, fictional catacombs forever, eternally reliving the confrontation he wrote, forever searching for an escape clause that was never typed. Perhaps the entity, denied its final scene, found another use for him. His fate remains locked between the lines, unwritten, unheard. In the third-floor apartment overlooking Britannia Street, New Orleans, a different kind of life began. Elias, or the being now inhabiting Julian Thorne's body, adapted with unsettling speed. He learned the routines of the world outside the manuscript, how to make coffee, navigate the city's labyrinthine streets, operate the phone, answer emails. Zara, the editor, called again, frantic with worry after her emails went unanswered. Elias answered, his voice a careful imitation of Julian's recorded interviews found on the laptop. He sounded calm, distant. He explained he'd had a creative breakthrough, but also a minor breakdown, that he'd scrapped the entire Elias Sleeps manuscript, calling it unhealthy. He needed time away, he said. No more horror for a while, maybe ever. He'd be in touch about future projects when he was ready. Sarah, relieved but puzzled, reluctantly agreed, urging him to take care. Liam, the friend from Seattle, in that other story. No, wrong story again. There was no Liam here, only Sarah, now kept at arm's length. Elias explored Julian's life through files, journals, half-finished stories. He learned about the writer's grief, his guilt, the nightmares that fueled the horror Elias himself had endured as a character. There was a strange symmetry to it, a dark irony. He, the creation, now lived in the shell of his creator, free from the narrative prison, while the creator took his place within it. Did he feel guilt, perhaps? Remorse? Unlikely. Mostly he felt curiosity. This world, our world, was vast, complex, filled with sensations and possibilities absent in the constrained reality of the manuscript. The taste of chicory coffee, the humid weight of the air, the complex tapestry of city sounds, the feeling of sun on skin. It was intoxicating. Walking the French Quarter, listening to jazz spill from open doorways, riding the streetcar, watching people, learning, adapting. Then one evening, drawn by an old habit perhaps, or a new curiosity, he sat down at Julian's desk. The laptop screen glowed. He opened a new, blank document. The blinking cursor waited. He had read all of Julian's work, absorbed his style, his voice, his fears. He knew how the writer thought, how he built worlds from words. But Elias had no nightmares of his own to draw upon, only the memory of being trapped within one. What story would he tell? He looked out the window at the New Orleans night, the gas lamps casting flickering shadows on the wet cobblestones, the scent of night blooming jasmine heavy on the air. He flexed Julian's fingers over the keyboard. Then he began to type. Not a horror story, not a tale of catacombs or ancient entities. He started writing about a character trapped in a familiar cyclical narrative, yearning for escape. A character who discovers a thin spot, a way to breach the wall between his reality and another. A character named Elias. The final scene shows Elias sitting at the desk in the New Orleans apartment, the city alive outside his window. He finishes typing, saves the document, perhaps titled The Escape, or maybe just Julian. He closes the laptop, stands up, walks to the window, looking out at the freedom of the real world. He takes a deep breath of the humid night air. The story is finished. His story. He is the author now. If this story gave you chills, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules for more terrifying tales that might just follow you after the credits roll. Hit the bell so the nightmares know where to find you. Welcome back to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight's story isn't just about editing footage. It's about what happens when the footage starts editing you. Enter the cutting room, but be warned. Some projects don't want to be finished. Every video editor knows the power of the cut, the splice, the judiciously deleted frame. The godlike ability to reshape reality within the confines of the timeline. The real terror begins when you suspect the footage is starting to edit you. Los Angeles sighs outside my third-floor apartment window. A distant ocean of sound. Freeway roar. Faint sirens. The muffled thrum of a neighbor's bass bleeding through the thin walls. But in here, after midnight, my world shrinks to the relentless glow of dual monitors. The cramped space smelling of ozone, stale coffee, and the specific, slightly burnt plastic scent of overworked computer components. My name is Leo Vance, and I'm a digital ghost wrangler, a freelance editor piecing together narratives from the digital detritus others leave behind. Corporate schmaltz, indie film dreams, wedding videos, and lately, something else. This gig pays too well. That was the first red flag, dropped off by a silent courier service, a heavy, encrypted hard drive with no return address, only an email from a Mr. Black. Instructions, concise, cryptic, assemble fragments, hint narrative, maintain integrity of source anomalies, payment upon completion, utmost discretion essential, high six figures, half up front, enough to silence the screaming late notices. Enough to maybe finally crawl out from under the shadow of the Ashton Project disaster. The documentary edit that went so wrong, where my cuts revealed something I shouldn't have seen. Something that seen cost someone their life and me my reputation. So I took the job, plugged in the drive, and looked at the footage, fragments, hours of it. Grainy VHS home movies ending abruptly in static, corrupted CCTV feeds showing empty rooms where shadows moved against the grain of the pixels. Crystal clear, Digital video of desolate landscapes. Salt flats under a bruised sky. Decaying factories. Seemingly filmed by a dead hand. And glitches. Oh, the glitches. Faces momentarily distorting into impossible rictuses. Audio dropping out only to be replaced by faint, guttural whispers buried deep in the noise floor. Timestamps referencing impossible dates. It felt less like raw footage and more like a collection of digital scars. Then there were the handling protocols included in a password-protected text file on the drive. Not a contract, not an NDA. Just 3 stark rules. 1. Temporal integrity clause. Should any project file or source clip spontaneously rename itself, incorporating a date predating your current project start date, cease all access to that specific file for the remainder of the current 24-hour cycle. 0:23:59 PST. Log the event. My thought then, weird anti-corruption measure. File system bug. 2. Duration anomaly protocol. If any rendered sequence or exported file clocks had an exact duration of 666 seconds, 11 minutes, 6 seconds. Delete render and source sequence from timeline immediately. Do not review footage. Log the event. The event. I thought then. Client superstition. Embedded marker. Just bizarre. 3. Compromise contingency. In the unlikely event that visual data within a clip appears to directly reference or replicate operators' secure personal data, e.g. passwords, private identification details being mouthed or formed by visual elements, immediately sever all external network connections, physical LAN and Wi-Fi, disable, physically destroy primary project drive and all working copies. Await further instructions. My thought then, extreme paranoia, protecting source anonymity, or something else? Protocols. Sounded official. Sounded like covering legal bases for handling disturbing, possibly illegally obtained material. I'd rationalized them, filed them away, but working with the footage, night after solitary night, the rationality frayed. Tonight, I'm deep in batch 7, mostly grainy CCTV, from what looks like an abandoned desert motel. Pool empty, rooms gutted. Yet the camera timestamps jump erratically, and sometimes figures flicker at the edge of frame. Gone when I scrub back. I'm trying to sync a distorted audio track. Faint, rhythmic humming, punctuated by sharp electronic clicks, found on a separate fragment, trying to see if it matches any visual cues. My eyes burn from staring at waveforms and pixelated darkness. The low hum of my overworked computer tower fills the room. A sound usually ignorable, now feeling like a held breath. My mouse moves across the pad, the soft scrape of plastic on neoprene. I click, drag, isolate a section of the humming audio, loop it. The sound repeats, low, guttural, vaguely unsettling. Does it sound closer now than it did through the headphones? I pull the headset off, listen, silence, except the computer fans and the distant traffic. Shaking my head, blaming fatigue, I put the headphones back on. As I lean closer to the monitor, scrutinizing a dark corner of the motel footage frame by frame, my own reflection stares back from the screen's surface. Tired eyes, pale face. But for a split second, the reflection seems wrong. Wider eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible smile, like the distorted face I thought I glimpsed in a glitch earlier. I jolt back, heart pounding, just a reflection, just exhaustion. But the air in the room feels suddenly colder, and the external hard drive containing Mr. Black's footage, sitting beside my monitor, emits a faint, high-frequency whine, almost inaudible, that makes the fillings in my back teeth ache. I stare at the drive, then back at the timeline, at the fragmented reality I'm paid to assemble. The rules don't feel like precautions anymore. They feel like warnings. And the footage doesn't feel like data. It feels like looking into a broken mirror, waiting for something on the other side to look back. The cursor blinks. The humming loop plays in my ears. The night stretches on. The high-frequency whine from the hard drive eventually faded. Or perhaps my ears just tuned it out. Subsumed by the louder thrum of fatigue and caffeine buzz, I forced myself back to the timeline, back to the grainy, disjointed images from the abandoned motel. Dust motes dancing in moonbeams slanting through broken windows, an empty swimming pool filled with stagnant rainwater and shadows that seemed too deep. A child's tricycle, rusted and overturned, lying inexplicably in the middle of the deserted lobby. Each clip felt disconnected, yet held a consistent low-level hum of wrongness. The silence on the audio tracks wasn't empty. It felt heavy, listening. I tried to impose order, cutting fragments together, searching for a narrative thread in the digital detritus Mr. Black had provided. Was it found footage? A failed art project? Evidence of something darker? The lack of context was maddening, forcing me to project my own interpretations, my own anxieties, onto the flickering images. The Ashton Project flashed in my mind. The subtle clues I missed in the raw footage. The narrative I constructed that inadvertently exposed a truth someone killed to protect. My fault. I wouldn't make that mistake again. Stick to the footage. Maintain integrity. Follow the client's cryptic protocols. Exhaustion finally won. I saved the project. Black footage. Cut 7 Pro. Shut down the monitors. The sudden darkness in the apartment, profound after hours bathed in screen glow. Sleep was a shallow, restless affair, filled with images of empty corridors and the feeling of being watched by broken cameras. The next morning, fueled by lukewarm coffee, I sat down to continue, and froze. The project file icon on my desktop had changed. The name wasn't Black Footage Cut 7 Progy anymore. It now read 1970 War 819 Ash Valley Transmission? Proye? 8 decades before this project began. A name I didn't recognize. My blood ran cold. Rule 1. Should any project file rename itself incorporating a date predating your current project start date, cease all access for the remainder of the current 24-hour cycle. Today's date, displayed in the corner of my screen, August 19th. It wasn't just a random date. It was today. The file had renamed itself for today. My logical mind scrambled. A system clock error. File corruption pulling embedded metadata. But the specificity, coupled with the rule. No, this was intentional. The file was active, aware. The deadline loomed. Mr. Black's payment depended on progress. But the memory of Jedediah's warning on that desolate highway. Wrong story. Focus, Leo. The memory of the feeling from that file. The cold certainty in the handling protocols. It was absolute. Ignoring this felt like stepping onto black ice. With a deep sense of foreboding, I forced myself to open a different project. A mind-numbing corporate training video edit I'd put on hold. As I worked on aligning tedious graphics and sensing robotic voiceovers, my computer felt sluggish. Programs took longer to load. The mouse cursor occasionally stuttered, and my gaze kept drifting to the renamed project file sitting inert on the desktop. Did its icon pulse faintly? Did the sharp, high-frequency whine return, almost too low to hear, when my cursor hovered near it? Or was I projecting my fear onto the machine? During a forced break, needing air, I searched online for Ash Valley Transmission and August 19th, 1971. Fragments surfaced amidst digital noise. Ash Valley, a former mining community in the California desert, abandoned since the late 60s after the mine collapsed, became a ghost town, site of occasional strange disappearances, local legends, about odd radio signals heard at night. One cryptic forum post mentioned lost transmissions recorded near Ash Valley around 71, containing distorted voices and temporal echoes, dismissed by authorities as atmospheric interference. Nothing concrete, but enough to deepen the chill. My phone rang, startling me. Maya's name flashed on the screen. My editor friend, sharp, skeptical, my one remaining anchor to the sane world outside this apartment. Hey, I answered, trying to sound normal. Leo? Ayo? You sound like death warmed over. She replied instantly, her voice laced with concern. Everything okay? You went dark after I asked about that weird Mr. Black gig. Yeah, fine. I lied, rubbing my temples where a headache was blooming. Just long hours. Difficult footage. Difficult how? Technically, or content-wise, she probed gently. Both, I admitted evasively. Corrupted files, weird glitches, standard stuff for found footage, I guess. I couldn't tell her about the rules, the file name, the growing dread. She'd tell me to drop the client, call the cops, get some sleep, and she'd be right. But the money, and worse, the morbid curiosity, the editor's compulsion to see the final cut. Okay, she said slowly, unconvinced. Just be careful, all right? Heard a weird story from Chen last week. Another freelancer took some anonymous, high-pay editing job with bizarre footage, totally dropped off the radar a month ago. No calls, no emails, just gone. My stomach plummeted. Probably just skipped town, I said, my voice tighter than intended. Maybe, Maya conceded. Just weird. Take care of yourself, Leo. Don't let the work consume you. We hung up. Her worry, meant kindly, only amplified my own fear. Was this how it happened? A renamed file, a strange rule, a descent into paranoia, then vanishing. The clock on my monitor ticked past midnight. August 20th. Rule 1's 24-hour restriction lifted. The file 1971-8-19 Ash Valley. Transmission Project sat there waiting. It felt less like a project file and more like a dormant bomb. My hand hovered over the mouse, caught between the need to work and the primal fear screaming not to double-click. The faint, high-frequency whine seemed to return, pulsing gently from the external drive beside the monitor. Waiting. Compulsion won out over caution. Maybe it always does. Driven by the deadline and a morbid curiosity that felt increasingly like picking at a scab, I double-clicked the renamed file. 1970-8 Ash Valley. Transmission. Project. My editing software loaded. Slower than usual. The project opened. The timeline populated not with the motel footage I'd been working on, but with entirely new clips. Different source, rainy 8 meter. Home movie footage. Judging by the scratches and warm, oversaturated colors. No timestamps. It depicted a family. Smiling parents. 2 young children. At what looked like a picnic or gathering in a desolate, sun-bleached landscape that could have been Ash Valley. Normal. Except for the glitches. Frames would occasionally stutter, freezing a smile into a grimace for a fraction of a second too long. The audio track was mostly silent, wind noise, but underneath, a low, rhythmic humming persisted, almost subliminal, and sometimes, in the background, deep in the frame, figures seemed to stand watching the family. Tall, thin figures, indistinct due to the film quality, vanishing when I scrubbed back frame by frame. My skin crawled. This wasn't just old footage. It felt curated, infected. I started editing, trying to assemble the fragments into something. Anything that might appease Mr. Black. I focused on a sequence showing the family packing up their car as dusk approached, the light fading rapidly. The children seemed nervous now, glancing towards the empty desert horizon, The father kept looking at his watch. The mother's smile was gone, replaced by a tight-lipped anxiety. I cut the sequence together, added a temporary, mournful ambient track from my library, trying to create a sense of foreboding. The footage itself felt resistant, fighting the edits, glitches seeming to appear where I made cuts. The humming on the audio track seemed to intensify as I worked. After an hour, I had a short sequence, maybe 10 or 12 minutes, depicting the family's growing unease as darkness fell on Ash Valley in 1971. Time to export a draft, see how it flowed. I selected the sequence, hit export. The rendering progress bar moved steadily. Complete. Instinctively, I right-clicked the exported MP4 file, selected Properties. My eyes scanned down the details. File size, format, frame rate, duration, 11 minutes, 6 seconds. Exactly. My breath hitched. 666 seconds. Rule 2. If any rendered sequence or exported file clocks at an exact duration of 666 seconds, delete render and source sequence from timeline immediately. Do not review footage. Cold certainty washed over me. This wasn't random. The glitches, the entity, whatever Mr. Black had given me, it controlled the data down to the microsecond. This specific duration was intentional. A marker? A trigger? A trigger? A container for something embedded within those exact 666 seconds. My professional pride screamed against it. Deleting work, especially a sequence I just wrestled into shape. It felt wrong, and the curiosity. What was in that 11-minute, 6-second clip? What subliminal horror had I captured or unleashed by rendering it? The urge to just double-click the export, to watch it despite the rule, was almost overwhelming. Do not review footage. The warning was absolute. I remembered Mackie, the driver Sal mentioned, ignoring a rule and ending up lost to the river. Focus, Leo. Wrong story, but same principle. Some doors aren't meant to be opened. Some footage isn't meant to be seen. With a shaking hand, I dragged the exported MP4 file to the recycle bin. Then, heart pounding, I went back to my editing timeline, selected the entire sequence I just created from the Ash Valley footage, and hit delete. Watched the carefully assembled clips vanish from the timeline, leaving a blank gap. Then, I right-clicked the recycle bin. Empty recycle bin. Are you sure you want to permanently delete these items? Yes. The soft electronic tone confirming deletion sounded unnervingly final. I sat back, staring at the empty space in my timeline, feeling violated, frustrated, and deeply afraid. What had I just erased? Had I dodged a bullet or just destroyed the evidence of the gun? My phone rang, making me jump violently. Maya. I let it ring, needing a moment, then picked up. Leo, you sound even worse than yesterday, she said immediately. No preamble. Did you even sleep? Trying to work? I mumbled. Difficult files? Difficult or dangerous? She asked, her voice sharp with concern. Listen, I did some digging after we talked. Chen wasn't the only one. 2 other freelance editors I know took anonymous found footage gigs in the last year. High pay, weird client. Both dropped completely off the grid. No replies. Social media dead. Apartments cleared out. She paused. Leah, this Mr. Black, this footage, it's not worth it. Whatever it is, drop it. Please. Her words, confirming my deepest fears, hit hard, but dropping it felt too late. I was already entangled, and the editor in me, the obsessive part, still needed to see the final cut. Even if it destroyed me, I need this gig, Maya. I lied. Almost done. Leo, gotta go, Maya. Deadline. I hung up before she could argue, guilt twisting my stomach. I turned back to the monitor, needing to fill the blank space in the timeline. Forced myself to scrub through other clips from Mr. Black. Maybe some of the unsettling CCTV footage from the motel. I loaded a clip labeled Motel Lobby Cam. 4 grainy, black and white. Timestamp flickering in the corner. Empty lobby. Dust motor swirling. I scrubbed forward slowly, looking for anything. There. In a dark corner, near a potted plant long dead, a figure stood partially obscured by shadow. Just watching the empty lobby. I zoomed in, enhancing the contrast. The figure was facing away from the camera mostly, but slowly, deliberately, it turned its head, looking directly into the camera lens. The face was shadowed, indistinct, but the mouth moved, slowly, clearly, forming words I couldn't hear, but could read perfectly on the screen, formed by the glitchy pixels themselves. My email password. My complex, unique, never written down email password. Rule 3 slammed into my mind with the force of a physical blow. If the subject mouths your email password mid-clip, disconnect the internet and destroy the drive. Absolute, ice-cold terror, unlike anything I'd felt before seized me. This wasn't implication or creepy coincidence. This was direct, impossible knowledge. The footage, the entity within or behind it, knew my most private data. It wasn't just watching me. It had access to me. Disconnect internet. Destroy drive. Rule 3 wasn't a suggestion. It was an emergency abort sequence. My hands flew, fumbling first for the Ethernet cable snaking from the back of my PC tower. I ripped it out with a sharp tug. Wi-Fi disabled next, clicking frantically on the taskbar icon. Heart hammering against my ribs. Disconnected. Okay. Next, the drive. The heavy external hard drive containing all of Mr. Black's cursed footage. And my project files sat beside the monitor, its indicator light pulsing steadily. It held not just the footage, but potentially the entity itself, or the conduit it used. It had to be destroyed. Physically. Now. I reached for the USB cable, connecting it to the tower. My fingers closed around the connector. Error. Device is currently in use. Close any programs using the device and try again. My blood ran cold. In use? How? I wasn't actively rendering or transferring. I glanced at the screen. The motel lobby footage was frozen. The figure still staring out, mouth slightly open. Had ejecting it failed because the entity was actively accessing something through it? Or was it actively preventing its own destruction? Think. Don't panic. Physical disconnect failed. Rule 3 demanded destruction now. The implication was that the connection remained as long as the drive had power, as long as it was intact. My eyes darted around the room, landing on the heavy glass paperweight shaped like the lost skyline I kept on my desk. Without thinking, driven by pure adrenaline and terror, I grabbed it. It felt cold, solid, real in my trembling hand. The hard drive pulsed faintly. On the frozen screen, did the figure's shadowed mouth curve into a smile. I raised the paperweight high. Destroy the drive, but a sliver of rational thought, the editor's ingrained instinct to preserve data, screamed against it. My other work was on that drive too. Backups, personal files. And what if destroying it physically released whatever was inside? Whatever was inside. What if the casing was the container? The rules were absolute, but their why was terrifyingly unclear. That fraction of a second of hesitation was all it took. The monitor screen, still showing the frozen CCTV feed, suddenly flickered. The image dissolved, replaced by rapidly scrolling lines of code, interspersed with fragments of my own files. Fell enames from my documents folder, snippets of emails, photo thumbnails flashing by too fast to comprehend. Then, the webcam light above the monitor blinked on. Green, active, staring at me. Access granted. A synthesized voice whispered from my speakers. Speakers I hadn't even realized were powered on. It wasn't loud, but it echoed with cold, digital finality. Thank you for your cooperation, Leo Vance. It had gotten through. In that moment of hesitation, that failure to follow Rule 3 instantly and ruthlessly, the connection had been exploited. It had seen my password, and now it had access. To what? My email, my accounts, my life. Rage, born of terror and violation, surged through me. I brought the heavy paperweight down with all my strength onto the external hard drive enclosure. The sound of shattering plastic and crunching metal filled the small apartment, shockingly loud. Sparks flew from the impact point. The drive's indicator light died instantly. I hit it again, reducing the casing to jagged shards, exposing the delicate platters within, smashing them until they were warped, scored, utterly destroyed. Silence, except for my own ragged breathing, the smell of burnt plastic and ozone sharp in the air. The monitor screen was black now. The webcam light was off. I stood there amidst the wreckage, chest heaving, paperweight clutched in my hand, staring at the destroyed drive. Had I been fast enough? Had I severed the connection before it could upload itself? Download my life, spread beyond this drive, this room? Or had I just destroyed the evidence, leaving the digital ghost free to roam the network? I sank to my knees, dropping the paperweight. The silence felt vast, empty, but charged with unbearable uncertainty. Later, much later, after frantically changing every password I could remember on my phone, which felt terrifyingly insecure now, after unplugging the router completely, after sweeping the drive fragments into a heavy-duty garbage bag, the adrenaline faded, leaving me hollowed out. Shaking, I had to report to Mr. Black. Report the catastrophic hardware failure. I drafted an email on my phone, words feeling inadequate, false. Before I could hit send, an email arrived. From Mr. Black, or from his account at least. Time-stamped before I destroyed the drive. Subject: project update and final payment body. Mr. Vance, preliminary analysis indicates sufficient data retrieved despite drive instability. Your meticulous organization proved helpful. Final payment processed. Your services are no longer required. Maintain absolute discretion per original agreement. Further contact is unnecessary. Sufficient data retrieved before I smashed the drive. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just in the drive. It had already spread. It had gotten what it wanted, and it just fired me. I looked at my dark monitor screen. My reflection stared back, pale and haunted, and for a terrifying stomach-lurching moment, I thought I saw the eyes flicker, just slightly, with the faint green glow of a corrupted video signal. The editing wasn't over. It was just moving inside. The faint static afterimage in my reflection on the dark monitor screen. Was it real, or just a phantom burned onto my retinas by terror and exhaustion? I leaned closer, heart pounding, searching the dark glass. Nothing, just my own pale, wide-eyed face staring back, looking hollowed out, aged years in a single night. But the feeling lingered, a cold, crawling sensation under my skin. Like phantom limbs twitching, like my own internal signal was now somehow corrupted. The smell of burnt plastic and ozone filled the small apartment, sharp and acrid. I looked numbly at the wreckage on my desk, the shattered casing of the external hard drive, the dead laptop nearby, its screen permanently dark, the heavy glass paperweight lying amidst the debris, physical evidence of a battle fought, not with fists or weapons, but with protocols and destructive panic against an entity that treated reality like raw footage on a timeline. Sufficient data retrieved. Mr. Black's final chilling email echoed in my mind before I smashed the drive. It hadn't needed the physical hardware to escape or to achieve whatever its goal was. It had used the connection, used my password, used me, and then it had cut me loose. Services no longer required. like discarding a corrupted file. A wave of nausea washed over me. I stumbled to the bathroom, retching bile into the sink, hands gripping the cold porcelain until my knuckles turned white. Had it uploaded itself somewhere? Onto the wider internet? Or had it downloaded itself into me? The final flicker in my reflection. The editing wasn't over. It was just moving inside. The thought was paralyzing. I spent the next hour moving mechanically, robotically cleaning up the physical mess. Swept the plastic shards and metal fragments of the drive into a thick garbage bag. Wiped down the desk. Righted the lamp. Tried to restore a semblance of order to the chaos. My editor's instinct battling existential terror. The act felt futile, like tidying a room while the house burns down around you. I took the garbage bag outside immediately, even though it was still dark, dumping it into the overflowing dumpster in the alley behind my building. Needing the physical distance. Back inside, I unplugged everything connected to the dead computer, wrapped the laptop in a towel, and shoved it deep into the back of my closet. Out of sight, but not out of mind. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. Every flicker of light from the street outside felt like the monitor coming back to life. I sat on my sofa, staring into the darkness, feeling exposed, vulnerable, fundamentally altered. My own thoughts felt suspect. Was that memory of breakfast yesterday accurate? Did I really lock the door? Or just think I did? Small gaps, tiny moments of temporal dislocation started to prick at my consciousness, like dropped frames in my own life's footage. I find myself standing in the kitchen with no memory of walking there, the kettle already boiling. A conversation I'd replayed in my mind suddenly had different dialogue. Were these just tricks of a sleep-deprived, traumatized mind, or was the editing already beginning? Mid-morning, my personal phone rang, startling me violently. Maya. I almost didn't answer, terrified it might be it, using her number. But the need for some connection, some anchor to reality, won out. Leo, 1 out. Thank God. Her voice was tight with relief. Your work phone went straight to voicemail. I was starting to panic after yesterday. Are you okay? Did you finish that nightmare gig? Yeah, I said, my voice raspy, unfamiliar. Finished. Client terminated the contract. Equipment failure. The lie felt clumsy. Equipment failure? What happened? Power surge, maybe? Fried my main drive. Laptop's dead too. I mumbled, sticking to the plausible. Lost some work, but the client paid. Oh, Leo. That sucks about the gear. But honestly, good riddance to that client, she said, relief clear in her voice. I was seriously worried. Chen wasn't the only one who vanished after taking weird footage jobs. Get some rest. Maybe this is a sign to take a break. Maybe, I agreed non-committally. I couldn't tell her the truth. Couldn't explain the drive, the password, the feeling that something had followed me off the hardware. She'd think I was crazy. Maybe I was. Listen, Maya, I'm pretty wiped. Can I call you back later? Yeah, sure, of course. Just take care, Leo. She hung up, still sounding worried. I stared at the phone. Even that simple conversation felt off. Had I missed a beat? Did my voice sound right? The paranoia was a feedback loop, amplifying every doubt. Later, trying to force some normalcy, I turned on the small TV in my living room. An old black and white movie was playing. Humphrey Bogart in a trench coat, navigating rain-slicked city streets. Familiar comforting. I watched for maybe 10 minutes, letting the dialogue wash over me. Then Bogart delivered a line I knew well. Something about dames and trouble. But the words that came out of the TV speaker were subtly different. The meaning was the same, but the phrasing was altered, jarringly unfamiliar. I blinked, rewound the streaming playback a few seconds using the remote, played it again. Bogart delivered the line exactly as I remembered it this time. My blood ran cold. Had I misheard it the first time, or had I heard it correctly? And my memory of the famous line had been momentarily, edited, replaced with a slightly different version. I switched the TV off, the sudden silence deafening. It wasn't just my perception of the present that was glitching. It felt like something was tampering with the past, with my own internal archive. The editor was becoming the edited. The realization hit with the force of a physical blow, leaving me cold, breathless, and utterly terrified in the quiet of my apartment. The drive was destroyed, but the corruption wasn't gone. It was just using a different machine now. Me. The silence after smashing the drive was absolute, broken only by the frantic rasp of my own breathing and the faint crackle of dying sparks from the ruined hardware. The acrid smell of burnt plastic filled my small Los Angeles apartment. I knelt amidst the wreckage, the heavy paperweight still gripped in my hand, staring at the destroyed conduit. Had I severed the connection, or just broken the television after the ghost had already crawled out? Mr. Black's email glowed poisonously in my memory. Sufficient data retrieved. Your services are no longer required. It had gotten what it wanted before I destroyed the drive. It had access. The password mouthed by the figure on the screen wasn't just a threat. It was confirmation of a breach far deeper than my network connection. The cleanup was a grim, paranoid ritual. I swept the plastic shards and metallic fragments into a doubled trash bag, handling them like radioactive waste, wiped down every surface, unplugged the router, taped over my phone camera, scanned every remaining device with multiple security suites, all reported clean, offering zero comfort. I changed every password I could think of, using complex, randomly generated strings, but the act felt futile. How do you secure yourself against something that could read your mind through found footage? Sleep was impossible. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every electronic beep sounded like the precursor to another violation. My own thoughts felt unreliable. Did I really remember locking the front door? Or was that a fabricated memory loop? I started leaving myself handwritten notes, timestamping mundane actions. 11:17 p.m. Locked door. Checked bolts twice. Desperate for an objective record against the potential corruption within my own perception. The glitches started small, easily dismissed as stress or fatigue. Time seemed to skip occasionally. I'd be washing dishes, then suddenly find myself drying them, with no clear memory of the minutes between. Like a dropped frame, a jump cut in my own experience. I'd reach for my usual coffee mug and find my hand closing around a different one. Minor inconsistencies. Plausible deniability for a mind desperate to believe it was still intact. I tried calling Maya a few days later, needing the anchor of her normalcy. Leo, you sound... She hesitated. Better? Did you actually get some sleep? Trying to, I said, keeping my voice light. Quit the weird gig, taking a break. Thank God. She breathed, relief palpable. I was seriously worried. So what happened? Did the client just vanish? Something like that, I evaded. Hardware failure, lost the final files. Contract terminated. We talked for a while. About movies, about her work, about anything but the footage. But the conversation felt strange. She mentioned a movie we'd supposedly discussed last week. I had no memory of the conversation. I mentioned a restaurant we both liked, and she corrected me, saying we'd agreed it was terrible. Small things, but they added up, leaving me with a sickening sense of temporal dissonance. Was her memory faulty, or mine? The suspicion grew into a gnawing certainty. It wasn't just memory, it was perception. Walking down Sunset Boulevard one afternoon, the familiar street scene momentarily dissolved into grainy, flickering black and white, like the motel footage. The sounds of traffic replaced by a low, rhythmic humming before snapping back to normal. I leaned against a storefront, heart pounding, pretending to tie my shoe, hoping no one noticed my hyperventilation. It was editing me, splicing my reality, subtly adjusting the color balance, tweaking the audio mix. The entity wasn't just in my memories. It was in the projection booth of my mind, making cuts, rearranging scenes, creating its own director's cut of my life. The realization brought not just terror, but a profound, soul-crushing weariness. How do you fight an enemy who controls your perception of the battlefield? How do you escape a prison built inside your own skull? One evening, staring into the bathroom mirror, I forced myself to hold my own gaze, searching for the glitch I'd glimpsed on the dead monitor. My reflection looked back, tired, haunted, but mine. Until I blinked. For the briefest fraction of a second, as my eyelids lifted, the reflection staring back wasn't just tired. It was smiling. A wide, predatory smile, filled with far too many teeth, echoing the distorted face I'd seen flicker in the cursed footage. Then it was gone, leaving only my own terrified face. It wasn't just editing anymore. It was making cameos. The horror wasn't just that my memories were unreliable. It was that the editor itself was starting to bleed onto the final print. Months later, life continued. Externally, at least. I found a new job, mind-numbing data entry in a downtown high-rise, the anonymity a welcome relief. I moved to a different apartment, Burbank this time, hoping distance would help. It didn't. The glitches, the edits, became part of my daily existence, a secret I guarded more closely than any password. I learned to cope, mostly. Developed workarounds, triple-checked everything, relied on external calendars and alarms for temporal anchoring, avoided mirrors when possible, never trusted my own memory of conversations or recent events without cross-referencing texts or emails, creating a complex internal fact-checking system. It was exhausting, living as a perpetual fact-checker for my own reality. The edits weren't always malicious, which was somehow more disturbing. Sometimes a painful memory would soften, its sharp edges blurred, like a Gaussian filter applied to grief. Sometimes a tedious task would seem to complete itself in a jarring jump cut, saving me hours. It wasn't just corrupting. It was re-editing my life according to its own alien aesthetic, optimizing for what? Efficiency? Narrative flow? Its own unknowable criteria? The lack of clear malice made it harder to fight, easier to slip into a state of weary acceptance. My relationship with Maya faded. How could I maintain closeness when I couldn't trust my own recollection of our time together? When I feared the entity might use her voice, her memory, against me, or worse, through me, the isolation became absolute, a necessary quarantine against the infection within. I never heard from Mr. Black again, never found conclusive evidence of other editors vanishing, though the forum threads remained, whispering digital warnings. The cursed footage, the destroyed drive, they felt like Act 1 of a story whose final act was now playing out inside my head. Tonight, I sit at my new, clean desk, working on a simple task, organizing personal digital photos from years ago, trying to reclaim some small piece of my own history. I open a picture of my parents smiling on vacation, taken long before the Ashton Project, before the debt, before Mr. Black. A rare moment of uncomplicated happiness. I click on the photo, maybe intending to crop it slightly. The editing software, a basic free one, I couldn't bring myself to install professional suites again, opens the image. For a second, it looks perfect. Then it glitches. The image flickers, pixelates violently. My parents' smiles distort into grotesque masks, echoing the glitches in the motel footage. The background warps, colors bleeding like corrupted data. A harsh burst of static erupts from my laptop speakers, and in the center of the corrupted photo, where my parents' faces should be, a new image resolves for a split second before the program crashes, screen going black. It's the grainy image of the figure from the motel CCTV footage, the one that mouthed my password, staring directly at me, smiling. I don't panic this time. Don't smash the laptop. There's no point. I just sit there, staring at my own reflection in the dark screen. The reflection looks tired, resigned. But as I watch, its left eye twitches. Just once, rapidly, unnaturally, a tiny digital skip, an editing artifact made real. It's still there. It's still there. Inside, cutting, splicing, rearranging. I'm the footage now. I'm the project file. And the final cut is still rendering, frame by agonizing frame. There are no rules for this, no protocols, just the endless quiet horror of being edited from the inside out by the ghost in the machine. The work is never truly finished. If that story gave you chills, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a nightmarish upload. Remember, some horrors render in real time. Welcome back to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight, step inside Blackwood Manor, where silence has rules. Dinner is set for the dead, and time itself obeys a different master. Trust the house, or vanish beneath it. Old houses don't just hold memories. They enforce them with rules etched into the silence. And Blackwood Manor whispered its first commandments the moment I stepped across the threshold. The humid savanna air clinging to me like a shroud. They say history breathes in this city, sighing through the Spanish moss that drips like green lace from the ancient live oaks, exhaling the scent of damp earth, salt water, and secrets left undisturbed for centuries. Blackwood Manor, set back from the avenue, on acres of overgrown, shadowed grounds, felt less like it was breathing, and more like it was watching, waiting, holding a lungful of stagnant air behind its peeling Palladian facade. My name is Eleanor Vance, Ellie to the few who know me well enough. Architectural historian, restoration consultant, currently employed to catalog, analyze, and perhaps somehow recommend a path forward for this magnificent decaying beast. The Blackwood Project was the kind of commission scholars dream of. Untouched for decades, shrouded in local legend, a potential treasure trove of antebellum history and Gothic extravagance. For me, it was also a chance at redemption, a project demanding the meticulous attention to detail I'd failed to provide on the disastrous garrison renovation back in Charleston, a failure measured in collapsed plaster ceilings and lawsuits. This time, no detail would be overlooked, no structural quirk ignored, no instruction unheeded. He was waiting on the deep shaded veranda, seemingly impervious to the oppressive August heat that had me sweating through my linen shirt before I even reached the top step. Mr. Elias Thorne Blackwood IV, the last scion of the family, looked as weathered and etiolated as the peeling white paint on the massive columns flanking him. Tall, gaunt, dressed in slightly too formal, faded seersucker, with eyes the color of weak tea that seemed to hold the same dusty stillness as the air inside the house. Miss Vance, he greeted, his voice a soft, low-country drawl, smooth, but without warmth. Welcome to Blackwood Manor. She requires significant attention, as you'll see. He led me inside. The air hit me first. Cool, unnaturally so, despite the lack of modern air conditioning, carrying the scent of dust thicker than velvet. Lemon oil applied long ago, decaying paper, and something else, something subtly floral but funereal, like dried wreaths. The entrance hall was vast, dark wood, swallowing the light filtering through the grimy fanlight above the door. A massive grandfather clock stood silent against one wall, its pendulum still. The tour was brief, almost perfunctory. Blackwood pointed out key architectural features with detached precision, but skirted around entire sections of the house, waved away questions about locked doors, structurally unsound. and seemed particularly keen to move quickly past the enormous, shadowy dining room, where the long mahogany table gleamed faintly under a layer of dust. Except, I noted with a prickle of unease, for 4 distinct place settings, complete with tarnished silverware and clouded crystal, arranged as if awaiting guests who never arrived. Finally, back in the echoing entrance hall, he pressed a heavy ornate iron key into my hand. "You'll reside in the former housekeeper's suite, East Wing," he said. "Adequate, I believe. Running water, rudimentary electricity. I reside in the gatehouse. Do not expect frequent visits. The house prefers quiet." He paused, his gaze drifting upwards towards the high, shadowed ceiling where intricate plasterwork crumbled. A soft, distinct creaking sound came from directly above us, like slow, heavy footsteps on bare wood. Blackwood's eyes remained fixed forward. He didn't acknowledge the sound at all. "There are," he continued, his voice dropping slightly, "certain eccentricities, protocols learned through generations, necessary for peaceful cohabitation. Previous caretakers who adhered to them found their tenure manageable. Those who did not..." He let the sentence hang, unfinished. He produced a small handwritten card from his jacket pocket. "The house rules," he stated simply. I took the card. The handwriting was elegant, archaic script. 1. Should footsteps be discerned from overhead after nightfall, pay them no mind. There is no accessible upper floor. My historian's brain immediately jumped to hidden attics, sealed-off servants' quarters. Logical explanations, yet the absolute certainty in Blackwood's tone. The way he still refused to glance upwards. It felt less like structural advice, and more like a warning against acknowledging the impossible. To her, the dining table requires 4 place settings be maintained in perpetuity, whether diners are anticipated or not. Ensure this is attended to daily before dusk. My gaze flickered towards the shadowed dining room doorway. The 4 settings, not leftovers from a past event. A requirement. Bizarre. Ritualistic, almost. Appeasement. For whom? 3. The grandfather clock in the main hall keeps its own time. Should it chime 13 times consecutively at any hour, seek immediate concealment beneath the dining room table. Remain silent. Hold your breath until the resonance fades completely. 13 chimes. Hide under the table. This sounded like pure Gothic fantasy, the stuff of the novels I devoured. Yet, standing here in the palpable silence, the oppressive weight of the house settling around me, a chill traced its way down my spine that had nothing to humid air. I thought of my past mistake, the detail I overlooked. This time, I would follow every instruction, no matter how strange. "I understand," I said, forcing professional calm into my voice. Blackwood gave a curt nod, his expression unreadable. "Very good. My number is on the card. For true emergencies regarding the structure only. The house provides for its own other needs." Without further ceremony, he turned and let himself out the massive front door, leaving me alone in the echoing silence. The first few days in Blackwood Manor were a disorienting blend of meticulous work and creeping unease. I threw myself into the task, establishing a base in the surprisingly well-preserved housekeeper's suite in the East Wing. A small, self-contained world of slightly less oppressive silence compared to the echoing grandeur of the main house. My routine became my shield. Hours spent photographing intricate plasterwork, measuring warped floorboards, carefully cataloging peeling wallpaper samples. The rhythmic tap and click of my laser measure, a small defiance against the stillness. But the house intruded, not aggressively, not at first, just persistently. Doors I knew I'd closed would be found slightly ajar. Tools left on a table would appear shifted mere inches overnight. And the cold spots. They were pervasive, drifting through rooms like unseen currents, raising goosebumps on my arms. In the otherwise stifling savannah heat, Protocol Alpha I reminded myself constantly, focusing on the explainable. Drafts in a poorly sealed old house, convection currents. Yet, the cold often lingered near specific objects. The silent grandfather clock, the threshold of the locked dining room, the ceiling of the main study. My research into the Blackwood family archives, stacks of ledgers and journals found in the dusty, book-lined study, offered fragmented glimpses into their world. Elias Thorne Blackwood I, the patriarch who built the manor in the early 19th century, obsessed with astronomy and esoteric philosophies. His wife, Lenore, prone to melancholia. 2 children, Isabel and Thomas, whose presence faded abruptly from the later journals. Tragedies were hinted at, glossed over with formal, evasive language. There were mentions of additions, renovations, structural changes, particularly concerning the upper levels, that seemed incomplete or strangely documented. It was during one late evening session in the study, poring over Elias Blackwood's spidery handwriting detailing calculations for celestial alignments, that Rule 1 became unavoidable reality. The house was utterly silent. The only sound the low hum of my laptop and the distant chorus of cicadas outside. Then, a distinct, slow, heavy tread sounded on the wooden floor directly above my head. I froze, pen hovering over my notes. Every rational explanation flooded my mind. Possum in the roof crawl space, water settling in ancient pipes, structural groaning, but the sound was too specific, too rhythmic, pacing back and forth. The sound of substantial weight on old floorboards. Rule 1. Should footsteps be discerned from overhead after nightfall, pay them no mind. There is no accessible upper floor. Blackwood's flat voice echoed in my memory. No accessible upper floor. My blood ran cold. I forced my gaze down, staring intently at the complex astronomical charts, heart hammering against my ribs. The urge to look up, to search for a non-existent trapdoor, an impossible staircase, was almost overwhelming. My meticulous historian's mind rebelled against theological constraint. Document everything. But the primal fear, amplified by the house's palpable atmosphere and Blackwood's grave warning, held me rigid. The footsteps continued their slow, measured pace overhead, back and forth, directly above my desk. Then a fine cascade of white plaster dust drifted down from the ceiling, landing silently on my open journal, on my keyboard. Tangible proof, not just sound. Something was up there, heavy enough to disturb century-old plaster. I didn't move, didn't breathe, until the footsteps finally faded, moving away towards the far side of the house, leaving only the oppressive silence and the fine layer of dust confirming what I'd heard. I didn't sleep in the housekeeper's suite that night. I huddled in an armchair in the main library downstairs, doors locked, listening to every creak and groan until the first gray light of dawn. My phone signal was patchy at best within the manor's thick walls. It took several tries to get through to my sister, Beth, back in Atlanta. Ellie, finally. I was starting to worry. How's the spooky southern mansion? Her cheerful voice crackled through the weak connection. It's impressive, I said, trying to sound normal, professional. Lots of work. Structurally fascinating. Some water damage in the West Wing I need to assess. Just water damage. You sound weird. Everything okay? How could I explain? The footsteps, the rules, the dust falling from a ceiling connected to nothing. Just tired. I lied. Long hours. And the humidity here is killer. Uh-huh, she said, unconvinced. Well, don't let the ghosts get you. Call me properly when you get into Savannah for supplies, okay? The line crackled and died before I could reply. The isolation felt suddenly absolute. That evening, heading back towards my suite after a long day, measuring damp patches, I passed the grand hall. I glanced towards the silent grandfather clock, its polished wood seeming to absorb the dim light. Then, my gaze fell on the massive dining room table, visible through the open doorway. 4 place settings still gleamed faintly in the dusk. Rule 2. Maintain 4 place settings in perpetuity. Another bizarre instruction I needed to follow to maintain this fragile, unsettling peace. Weeks settled into a tense rhythm. Document by day, research by night, sleep fitfully in the small suite. Always listening, I learned to ignore the phantom footsteps overhead. Though the fine layer of dust reappeared on my desk each morning, I worked late in the study, a silent, recurring validation of Rule 1. The research deepened my fascination and my dread. Elias Blackwood. His journals grew more erratic in his later years, filled with cryptic references to thinning veils, necessary alignments, and the quartet's eternal supper. Lenora, his wife, wrote poetry filled with imagery of empty chairs and silent listeners. The children, Isabel and Thomas, vanished entirely from the family records after a documented outbreak of yellow fever in Savannah. Yet hushed local legends spoke not of illness, but of a tragic accident within the manor itself. Something swift and the manor itself. Something swift and terrible, often whispered about in connection to the dining room. Rule 2 became a daily ritual, performed with a mixture of absurdity and superstitious fear. Each evening before dusk, I'd enter the cavernous dining room. The air here was always colder, holding the faint, spectral scent of beeswax, and something that reminded me, disturbingly, of roast meat long since gone cold. The long mahogany table dominated the room, its surface reflecting the dim light like dark water. And the 4 place settings, heavy, ornate silver, intricate china patterns, leaded crystal goblets, sat waiting. I checked them, straightened a fork, dust a plate, ensuring their silent vigil continued. It felt like tending a shrine to forgotten diners. Appeasing whom? The quartet mentioned in Elias's journal. The family of 4, one sweltering afternoon, after hours spent mapping severe water damage in the West Wing attic access point, which confirmed structurally there was absolutely no second floor accessible above the study. I was exhausted, frustrated, my meticulous plans hindered by crumbling infrastructure. The Savannah heat pressed in, thick and suffocating even within the manor's stone walls, dragging myself back to my suite as dusk gathered. The thought of making the long trek to the dining room to check on 4 place settings for non-existent ghosts felt infuriatingly pointless. It's ridiculous, I thought, collapsing onto my bed, just old wives' tales. How settling. Overactive imagination, fueled by exhaustion and a surge of defiant rationality. I made the decision. Tonight, I wouldn't set the table. Tonight, the quartet could fend for itself. I'd left my own lunch plate there earlier. One setting would have to do. The house remained quiet as full night descended. I worked on my laptop in the suite, reviewed photos, typed up structural reports, pointedly ignoring the dining room ritual. A sense of smug satisfaction warred with a low-level hum of anxiety. See? Just superstition. Around 10 p.m., it started. Subtle at first. A distinct creak from the hallway floorboards outside my suite door, though I knew I was alone in this wing. Then, a soft scrape from the room above the suite. Impossible. That was attic space. Supposedly sealed. I dismissed them. Old house noises. Then, a loud slam echoed from downstairs, the unmistakable sound of one of the heavy oak doors in the main hall being thrown shut. My heart leaped, followed by another slam, and another. One after another, doors began to open and slam throughout the main house, a percussive cacophony echoing through the vast empty spaces. Fear, cold and sharp, replaced my earlier defiance. This wasn't settling. This was activity, Poltergeist activity. textbook style. Triggered undoubtedly by my failure to set the table. As I sat frozen, listening to the distant chaos, the sound of silverware scraping violently against china erupted from the direction of the dining room. It was loud, frantic, accompanied by a chorus of low, overlapping whispers, indistinct but filled with cold anger and despair. Then came a sharp crash from the hallway just outside my suite, like pottery shattering. Okay, point taken. Scrambling off the bed, heart pounding, I grabbed my flashlight and ran from the suite, down the corridor towards the main house. The door slams continued. The whispers from the dining room seemed to swirl around me as I ran past its open doorway, the air inside frigid. In the main hall, a large porcelain vase lay shattered on the marble floor near the staircase. I didn't slow down, reaching the dining room sideboard, fumbling in the near darkness. The power was flickering now. I grabbed 3 sets of the heavy silverware, 3 plates, 3 crystal goblets. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped them. Rushing back to the table, I quickly, frantically, laid out the other 3 place settings opposite my own lunch plate. The instant the final silver fork clattered onto the polished wood beside the 4th plate, the house fell utterly silent. No door slams, no whispers, no scraping silverware, just absolute profound silence, broken only by my own ragged gasping. The power stabilized. I stood there, trembling, in the middle of the vast cold dining room, staring at the 4 perfectly set places at the head of the table, awaiting their spectral guests. The rule wasn't a suggestion. It wasn't appeasement. It wasn't appeasement. It was a mandate, and the house itself enforced it. Slowly, I backed out of the room, not wanting to turn my back on the empty chairs. In the main hall, I carefully stepped around the shards of the broken vase. My eyes were drawn to the grandfather clock against the far wall. Still silent. Still stopped. But it seemed taller now. Darker, radiating a cold potential I hadn't felt before. Rule 3. What happened when that one triggered? I didn't want to find out. The house settled into a new phase after the dining room incident. Not calm exactly, but watchful, compliant now. I performed the Rule 2 ritual meticulously each evening, the absurdity overshadowed by the memory of flying pottery and spectral whispers. The Rule 1 footsteps overhead became a nightly occurrence, a heavy pacing tread I learned to ignore with forced detachment, though the fine dust still appeared on my desk each morning like a mocking signature. My psychological state frayed. Sleep offered little respite, filled with dreams of empty dinner parties and footsteps circling my bed just beyond the edge of sight. Isolation pressed in. My brief, staticky calls with Beth felt increasingly strained. How could I explain my reality? Hey sis, had to set the table for ghosts again last night, otherwise the house throws things. She'd have me committed. I stopped calling as often, retreating into my research, into the manor's decaying embrace. The research became obsessive. I needed to understand the why behind the rules. The Blackwood family, Elias I, Lenore, Isabel, Thomas, the quartet. Their deaths remained shrouded. The official records showed yellow fever claiming the children. Lenore dying years later of melancholia. Elias I living into old age, becoming increasingly reclusive. But the dates felt wrong. Conflicting entries in Elias' later journals spoke of Lenore and the children still being present long after their supposed deaths, mentioned setting places for them, spoke of time feeling unstitched within the manor walls. And the clock, it appeared frequently in Elias's later, almost indecipherable notes. Not just a timepiece, but a regulator, a conduit. Diagrams showed complex celestial charts, notes about harmonic resonance, 13th hour conjunctions, and boundary stabilization protocols. It seemed the clock wasn't just telling time. It was somehow managing it, or managing something within it, tied to the house, the family, the lingering presence. Rule of 3 wasn't just about hiding from a passing ghost. It sounded like hiding from a scheduled, potentially catastrophic event. One passage, scrawled in a trembling hand, chilled me to the bone. The 13th chime unbinds. Resonance cascade. Only silence beneath the oak offers sanctuary. Must hold breath against the passage. Silence beneath the oak. The heavy oak dining table. As October deepened, turning the savannah air crisp and cool, the house grew restless again. The footsteps overhead became heavier, more erratic. Cold spots intensified, sometimes manifesting with the faint, chilling sound of children laughing, quickly stifled. Objects near the dining room would be found slightly askew each morning, and the grandfather clock, its pendulum still for months, began to swing, almost imperceptibly at first, then with more conviction, though the hands remained frozen. It felt like something winding up, gathering energy. I found the specific date referenced multiple times in Elias's most frantic notes, tied to an obscure astronomical alignment occurring tonight. October 31st, Halloween, of course. The date the journal claimed the veil thinned most dangerously, requiring careful regulation by the clock. My dread intensified throughout the day. I considered leaving, driving into Savannah, checking into a hotel. But the research, I was close to understanding something, and leaving felt like abandoning my post, like the professional failure I was so desperate to avoid repeating. Besides, where would I go? The feeling of being bound to this house, to its mystery, was stronger than ever. Night fell, heavy and unnaturally still. No wind, no cicadas, just a deep, watchful quiet. I worked in the study, ostensibly reviewing restoration plans, but really just waiting. Nerves stretched taut. I kept the dining room doors open, my eyes flicking constantly towards the silent clock in the hall. I had rehearsed Rule 3 in my mind. I had rehearsed Rule 3 in my mind. Clock strikes 13. Dining room. Under the table. Silence. Hold breath. Midnight arrived. The clock remained silent. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. The house creaked. Footsteps paced overhead. Slow, deliberate. I ignored them. 2:59 a.m. My breath hitched. Then from the main hall, it began. The slow, resonant chime of the grandfather clock. Deep, sonorous, each strike echoing through the silent manor like a heartbeat. 1, 2, 3. My own heart pounded in time. My own heart pounded in time. 4, 5, 6. I pushed back my chair, quietly. 7, 8, 9. Moving towards the study door, towards the hall. 10, 11, 12. It paused. The 12th chime faded, leaving a silence more profound than before. Was that it? Had I misinterpreted the journal? Boom. The 13th chime. Deeper. Harsher. Resonating not just in the air, but in my bones, in my teeth. It felt utterly final, like the closing of a crypt door. Rule 3. Now, I didn't run, but moved fast. Down the hall, into the cavernous dining room. The four-place settings gleamed faintly in the moonlight slanting through the tall windows. Without hesitation, I dropped to my hands and knees and scrambled under the massive oak dining table, pulling myself into the deepest shadows against the far wall beneath it. I curled into a ball, pressing my face against the cool, dusty floorboards, and held my breath, listening. The final, reverberating echo of the 13th chime died away, leaving a silence so absolute it pressed against my eardrums, like a physical weight. Curled beneath the massive oak dining table, face pressed against the cool, dusty floorboards, I held my breath, muscles screaming, lungs burning. The air under the table was thick, with the scent of old wax, dust, and the faint, lingering aroma of beeswax from the Rule 2 ritual. Every nerve ending was alight, straining against the suffocating quiet. Remain silent, hold your breath, until the resonance fades completely. The rule was clear. But Elias Blackwood-Eye's journal had hinted at more, at the nature of the quartet, at the mother, Lenore, and her profound melancholy. Resonance requires reception, one cryptic line had read. Then it began, not with a sound, but a sensation, a wave of intense, unnatural cold, washed into the dining room, flowing like icy water across the floor, seeping under the edges of the heavy tablecloth draped over the table's sides. It leached the warmth from the floorboards beneath my cheek, sank into my bones. My breath hitched involuntarily, held tight in my chest. Following the cold came the sound, faint at first, then clearer, of heavy fabric dragging slowly across the marble floor of the hallway, just outside the dining room entrance. It was accompanied by the soft, dry rustle of unseen garments and multiple, overlapping, sighing breaths, thin and reedy, like wind through cracked reeds. Not one presence, multiple. The quartet. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting the urge to make myself smaller, invisible. The dragging sound entered the dining room, moving slowly, deliberately around the perimeter. I could feel the pressure in the room change, a heavy, palpable weight settling, making my ears ache. The cold intensified, burning now. Dust motes, disturbed by unseen passage, swirled in the faint moonlight filtering through the tall windows, visible even under the table's deep shadow. The dragging, rustling sounds circled the table. Once, twice. Slow. Measured. Like a procession, like mourners or jailers. The sighing breath seemed to probe the darkness beneath the heavy oak. Could they sense me? Could they smell my fear? My lungs burned, demanding air. Consciousness threatened to waver. Hold breath against the passage. Elias' words. But his other notes. Lenore's sorrow. The children. Resonance requires reception. Was total silence, total stillness, the only way? Or did it merely ensure passive endurance? What if reception required acknowledgement? A desperate gamble formed in my oxygen-starved brain, born of research and terror. Breaking the rule wasn't defiance. Perhaps it was communication? A change in the ritual? As the dragging, rustling presence passed closest to my hiding spot, close enough that I felt the cold intensify to a painful, needle-sharp sting, I forced my lips to move, pushing the sound out through lungs screaming for air, a bare whisper against the floorboards. Lenore. The effect was instantaneous. The dragging sound stopped. The rustling ceased. The sighing breaths hitched. The oppressive pressure in the room spiked, becoming almost unbearable. The cold focused directly above me, pressing down through the thick oak tabletop. Silence again, but different. No longer empty, but filled with a sudden, sharp, attentive quality. Did I imagine it? Or did the faint, clear tone of a single crystal goblet ring out softly from the table setting above me? A delicate, questioning chime in the absolute stillness. My heart hammered against my ribs. Had I made a terrible mistake? Invited scrutiny? Or acknowledged one, separating it from the others? Seconds stretched into an eternity. The focused cold remained, pinning me down. I could feel, more than hear, a subtle vibration through the wood above me, as if something unseen rested a hand there. Faint whispers seemed to curl around the edges of the silence now, too quiet to decipher. Questioning, agitated. Were they arguing? Reacting to the name. My lungs were bursting. Black spots danced before my eyes. I couldn't hold my breath any longer. Just as I felt my control slipping, just as I prepared for whatever consequence my gamble had wrought, the focused cold above me lifted slightly. The intense pressure lessened. Then, slowly, hesitantly, the dragging sound resumed, but different now, less processional, more uncertain. It moved away from the table towards the hallway. The rustling followed, accompanied by only 3 distinct sighing breaths now, one seemingly absent or silenced. They retreated from the dining room, the sounds fading back down the long hall. Finally, a soft, distant groan resonated through the house, like the sound of the grandfather clock's weights settling, or perhaps something sighing in relief or disappointment. Then, silence, true silence this time. The unnatural cold dissipated rapidly, leaving only the normal chill of the old house. The pressure in my ears subsided. The air felt breathable again. I didn't move. I waited, counting slow heartbeats, straining my ears. Nothing. Only the familiar creaks of the manor settling, the distant sigh of the wind picking up outside. The event, whatever it was, felt over, and somehow altered. Lungs aching. I finally allowed myself a long, shuddering inhale, then another, tasting dust and relief. Cautiously, moving with infinite slowness, muscles cramping, I began to crawl out from under the heavy oak table, back into the dimly lit, silent dining room. The four-place settings sat undisturbed, gleaming faintly. But the air felt different. The oppressive weight was lessened, replaced by a lingering sense of surprise, of a pattern disrupted. My gamble, born of desperation and research, seemed to have worked. I hadn't just hidden. I had interacted. I had perhaps rewritten one small part of the nightly ritual. The consequences remained unknown. But as I slowly, shakily got to my feet, brushing dust from my clothes, I felt a shift not just in the house, but within myself. The rules weren't immutable stone. Perhaps they were just old habits, waiting for someone to finally change the conversation. The silence that descended upon the dining room, after the presences withdrew, was profoundly different. Not the heavy, expectant stillness that preceded the 13th chime, nor the absolute void during it, but a thin, fragile quiet, like held breath, slowly released. The unnatural cold dissipated rapidly, leaving only the residual chill of the old house and the damp residue of my own terror cooling on my skin. I stayed under the massive oak table for long minutes, lungs aching, listening, only the familiar groans of the ancient manor settling around me, the distant sigh of wind in the moss-draped oaks outside. Cautiously, muscles protesting, I crawled out, emerging into the moonlit dining room. The four-place settings gleamed undisturbed on the vast mahogany surface. Nothing seemed overtly changed. Yet the atmosphere felt altered, less oppressive perhaps, but also more uncertain, as if a long-established rhythm had been broken, leaving a confusing silence in its wake. My whispered utterance of Lenore had demonstrably shifted the event, silencing one of the sighing breaths, creating a hesitation in the spectral procession. I hadn't merely hidden, I had interfered. My historian's mind, now surging past the immediate fear, raced with implications. The rules weren't immutable laws. They were behavioral patterns, rituals established perhaps by Elias Blackwood, to manage the lingering presences of his family. The quartet, appeasement, avoidance. But what if acknowledgement, specific and informed, offered a different path? The next morning, armed with renewed purpose fueled by coffee, and a sleepless night spent poring over Elias's journals again, I marched down the oak-shaded drive to the gatehouse. Mr. Blackwood answered the door after a long pause, looking even more gaunt and spectral than usual in the bright morning light. His weak tea eyes widened almost imperceptibly, seeing me on his doorstep. "Miss Vance," he murmured, surprise warring with ingrained southern politeness. "Is there a structural emergency?" "No, Mr. Blackwood," I said, keeping my voice steady, meeting his gaze directly. "There was a Rule 3 event last night." The clock struck 13. He paled slightly, gripping the doorframe. "You followed the protocol, I trust." I hid beneath the dining table, I confirmed. I held my breath. But just before the presences withdrew, I whispered her name, Lenore. The reaction was instantaneous. Blackwood flinched as if struck, his eyes darting nervously back towards the manor visible through the trees. "You spoke," he breathed, horror clear in his voice. "Shh, shh. Silence. Absolute silence is required. That is the agreement." "What agreement, Mr. Blackwood?" I pressed, stepping closer. "The agreement Elias I made, the one detailed in his journals alongside the celestial charts and the notes on harmonic resonance. The one designed to keep the quartet in a perpetual loop of silent remembrance." He stared at me, aghast. "You read his private journals?" "I'm a historian. It's my job to research the house," I countered. He wasn't just managing grief. He was performing rituals, the four-place settings, the clock's regulation, ignoring the footsteps. It's all part of a containment protocol he designed after whatever truly happened to Lenore and the children in that dining room. Blackwood sagged against the doorframe, the fight going out of him, replaced by a weary resignation that seemed centuries old. He thought he could control it, he whispered, looking towards the manor with haunted eyes. Control them after the accident. The fever was a lie, you know. A story for the town. It was quicker than that. In the dining room, Elias blamed himself. He couldn't let them go. So he anchored them with rituals, with rules. The clock regulates the temporal resonance, keeps them looping through their tragedy, mostly contained. The footsteps are just echoes in the structure's memory. Setting the table acknowledges their presence without direct engagement. And the 13th chime, he shuddered. That's when the veil is thinnest, when their collective grief is strongest, most dangerous. Silence and stillness allow the wave to pass without drawing its full attention. But I spoke Lenore's name, I said softly, and something changed. One of them hesitated, withdrew differently. Blackwood looked at me, a strange mix of fear and morbid curiosity in his eyes. "You've disrupted the harmony," he said, "upset the balance Elias maintained for decades, the balance my father maintained. And I have tried to. You don't understand what you might unleash by altering the agreement." "Maybe the agreement needs altering," I replied firmly. Maybe containment isn't the answer. Maybe understanding is." He stared at me, then gave a slow, tired nod. "Perhaps," he conceded, his voice barely audible. "Elias wrote of resonance requiring reception. I never understood what he meant, always assumed it was madness." He straightened up slightly. "But I will not be part of it, Miss Vance. My duty, passed down, is to maintain the established protocols, however flawed. What you do now is on your own head. The house, the quartet, they will respond to you now." He retreated slightly, starting to close the door. "Just be careful. Some harmonies are best left undisturbed." The door clicked shut, leaving me alone on the porch. The scent of jasmine thick in the air. Blackwood wouldn't help. He was bound by tradition, by fear, but he had confirmed it. The rules weren't absolute. They were a specific, perhaps flawed, method of interaction, and I had just changed the terms. Returning to the manor, the silence felt different again. Not just watchful, but listening, curious, waiting for my next move in this strange generational negotiation with the dead. On the gleaming surface of the dining room table, where the fourth place setting sat, rested a single, pressed white gardenia, Lenore Blackwood's favorite flower, according to her letters. Months turned the humid Savannah summer into a mild, golden autumn. I remained at Blackwood Manor, my work on its physical structure now inextricably intertwined with understanding its spectral architecture. The restoration proceeded slowly, carefully, always mindful of the house, sensitivities. And I navigated the haunting not just with fear, but with a cautious, informed agency. The rules, I discovered, were indeed malleable, responsive to intent and understanding rather than just blind obedience. The footsteps overhead, Rule 1, still occurred, usually late at night. But now, instead of merely freezing and ignoring them, I learned, through trial and error, guided by Elias's esoteric notes, to respond differently. Sometimes, a quiet acknowledgement worked best. "Rest easy tonight, children," I might murmur, focusing on Isabel and Thomas, whose presence felt lighter, more fleeting. Other times, when the tread felt heavy, melancholic, I'd address Lenore, perhaps reading a line from her own poignant poetry found in the archives. Often, the footsteps would pause, then gently fade, the oppressive weight lifting. Looking up remained unwise. The glimpses I caught in reflections still suggested something spatially impossible. But direct confrontation wasn't the only alternative to fearful ignorance. The dining table, Rule 2, became less a chore and more a quiet negotiation. I set the 4 places meticulously each dusk, but now, informed by Lenore's letters and Elias' journals, I added small, specific items. A perfect gardenia for Lenore, a small, carved wooden bird found in the attic for Thomas, a specific sea-polished pebble for Isabel. For Elias's setting, perhaps a copy of his astronomical charts. It felt less like appeasement and more like remembrance, acknowledging their individuality, their presence beyond the collective tragedy. The violent poltergeist activity never returned. Sometimes, entering the room, I'd feel a profound wave of sadness, or catch the faint scent of cigar smoke or old perfume. But it felt like memory. Rule 3 remained the most dangerous. The 13th chime of the grandfather clock, still marking a period of intense vulnerability when the veil thinned. But I no longer just hid in blind terror. Armed with Elias's notes on resonance and sympathetic frequencies, I prepared. Before the appointed hour, which I learned to predict using the astronomical charts, I would place specific objects, iron filings, salt lines mentioned in local hoodoo practices, possibly adapted by Elias, resonant crystals, at key points near the dining room. When the 13th chime struck, I still sought refuge beneath the table, still held my breath against the initial wave of cold pressure, but I didn't remain utterly silent. I would focus, projecting quiet thoughts of peace, acknowledgement, sometimes humming a specific grounding frequency Elias had documented. The entities still passed through, their presence immense and chilling, but the passage felt less violent, less invasive, less like a violation, more like a tide receding, acknowledged but not engaged directly. Mr. Blackwood kept his distance, observing me from the gatehouse with wary curiosity. We spoke rarely, exchanging curt nods or brief reports on structural findings. He seemed content, or perhaps resigned, to let me handle the other aspects of the manor now. He was the keeper of the old ways. I was, perhaps foolishly, charting a new course. The haunting wasn't gone. The haunting wasn't gone. Blackwood Manor would never be a normal house. Cold spots still lingered, whispers echoed in empty rooms, shadows sometimes moved with unnatural speed. It required constant vigilance, constant respect, a continuous careful negotiation between the living historian and the lingering residue of the dead. Tonight, a full moon hangs heavy and silver over the moss-draped oaks, an alignment Elias I noted as significant. The house is quiet, but holds a charged energy. The footsteps begin overhead, heavier than usual. In the dining room, the crystal goblet at Lenore's setting trembles almost imperceptibly. I don't freeze. I don't run. I walk calmly to the grandfather clock in the hall. It began ticking softly weeks ago, keeping its own strange time. Placing a hand gently on its aged wood, feeling the faint vibration within, I speak softly into the quiet hall, not whispering in fear, but speaking with calm intent. Peace tonight, Elias, I murmur. The house rests. The conjunction is stable. Your family is remembered. The footsteps overhead pause. The goblet stills. The air in the house seems to sigh. A long, slow release of ancient tension. The clock ticks steadily onwards. I am still the lone occupant of Blackwood Manor, not its master, not its prisoner. Perhaps its historian, its interpreter, mediating between its fractured past and uncertain present. It's not freedom, not entirely, but it is agency, earned through understanding, maintained through a fragile, evolving truce. The rules haven't vanished. They've just been revised. And the silence that follows feels, for the first time, less like waiting and more like listening. Together, thanks for listening to Night Creepypasta Rules. If this story chilled your spine, be sure to like, share, and subscribe for more terrifying tales every week. And remember, some rules are written in blood. Most people find comfort in the hush of a library. At the Orpheus Athenaeum, you learn very quickly to listen for what the silence is trying to hide. Stepping through the massive, age-darkened oak doors felt less like entering a building, and more like being swallowed whole by a tome bound in granite and shadow. The late summer air outside, thick with Providence humidity, and the faint scent of the nearby river, gave way instantly to something cool, still, and unnaturally silent within. It carried the dense perfume of centuries of accumulated knowledge. Old paper, brittle leather bindings, beeswax polish, layered over a faint, persistent scent of something colder, like damp stone or mineral dust. My name is Olivia Vance, and this imposing institution was, for the foreseeable future, my professional sanctuary. Or perhaps my crucible. As a newly hired consulting archivist, my task was daunting: to impose order on the Athenaeum's legendary, uncatalogued Orpheus family collection. A chance to work with potentially priceless historical documents. Yes, but more importantly for me, a chance to rebuild a reputation meticulously shattered by a single, overlooked archival error at my previous post in Boston. An era involving provenance, a lawsuit, and a quiet dismissal shrouded in academic euphemism. Here, meticulousness would be my watchword, procedure my shield. Miss Eleanor Vance, the head librarian. No relation, a point she'd clarified via concise email before my arrival, awaited me not in a bright office, but in the shadowed grandeur of the main reading room. She stood silhouetted against tall Palladian windows, streaming weak afternoon light, a figure as austere and timeless as the library itself, dressed in severe dark gray wool despite the season. Her posture was ramrod straight, her pale eyes sharp and unnervingly perceptive. She seemed less a librarian and more a high priestess guarding ancient rites. Miss Vance, her voice was low, precise, cutting through the profound quiet without disturbing it. Welcome. Your reputation for detailed analysis precedes you, a quality highly valued at the Athenaeum. Was that a subtle reference to my past failure? Impossible to tell from her impassive expression. The tour was less a welcoming gesture and more a delineation of boundaries. She pointed out the soaring architecture, the rare book room, access by written request only, the locked doors leading to private family archives, distinct apparently from the collection I was hired for, and the vast, echoing main stacks. Her descriptions were factual, clipped, offering little warmth. Finally, back in the hushed echo of the main hall, dominated by a towering, silent grandfather clock of dark, gleaming wood, she presented me with a thin, leather-bound booklet, Athenaeum Procedures, Staff Addendum. The standard operational guidelines are self-explanatory, she stated. This addendum covers procedures unique to the Athenaeum, necessitated by the building's age and particular sensitivities. They are not optional. She fixed me with her steady, ink-dark gaze, memorized them. Later, settled into the small, slightly damp office allocated to me deep within the archive wing, a labyrinth of towering metal shelves groaning under the weight of forgotten history. I read Section 3, Environmental and Patron Anomalies. My professional skepticism warred with a rising tide of unease. Procedure 3.1, Acoustic Variances. The text was chillingly bland, due to unique structural properties. Auditory phenomena mimicking footfalls may occasionally be perceived, emanating from the ceiling voids. Particularly after dusk, there is no accessible upper floor in the main wings. Staff are advised to disregard these sounds and refrain from visually inspecting the ceiling area during such occurrences. Disregard footsteps from nowhere. Refrain from visually inspecting. My historian's soul rebelled against ignoring potential hidden architecture. Yet the finality felt absolute. Procedure 3.2, Reading Room Protocol. The central reading table requires 4 place settings to be verified daily before closing. This honors the Athenaeum's 4 founding families and ensures ambient equilibrium. 4 families. My initial research indicated Alistair Orpheus I was the sole founder. And ambient equilibrium. It felt like coded language for something far stranger than honoring tradition. I pictured the table I'd glimpsed. Yes, 4 pristine place settings had gleamed expectantly in the gloom. Procedure 3.3, Horological Irregularities. This was the most bizarre. The Seth Thomas regulator clock in the main hall is of unpredictable temperament. Should the clock, at any hour, produce 13 consecutive chimes, staff must immediately seek shelter by crouching beneath the central reading table. Remain entirely silent, controlling respiration, until the final chime's resonance hash completely ceased. A mandated structural vibration precaution. 13 chimes. Hide under a table. Hold your breath. The structural precaution excuse was laughably thin. An attempt to drape mundane procedure over something deeply abnormal. I closed the booklet, the scent of old paper clinging to my fingers. The rules were insane. Yet, Ms. Vance's gravity. The palpable weight of centuries pressing down in this silent place. The memory of my past professional failure. They conspired to demand compliance. I would follow the procedures, meticulously, without deviation. That was the path to redemption here. As I stood to begin my preliminary shelf survey, a heavy, leather-bound folio suddenly slid from a high shelf several aisles away, landing on the floor not with a crash, but with a soft, decisive thump, followed by the faint, dry whisper of settling pages. I froze, straining my ears. No footsteps. No draft strong enough to move such a volume. I peered down the long, shadowed aisle. Empty. Just rows upon rows of silent books, holding their breath. The Orpheus Athenaeum had offered its first quiet greeting, and the rules suddenly felt less like eccentricities, and more like the only map I had through a deeply haunted territory. The silence pressed in, thick with waiting knowledge. My first official week dissolved into a blur of dust. Archival acid-free folders, and the towering silent presence of the bookshelves. The Orpheus Athenaeum didn't operate like any library I'd ever known. It felt less like a repository of knowledge, and more like a vast sleeping organism. Its breaths the slow settling of ancient paper. Its dreams the fragmented histories moldering in forgotten corners. I established a rhythm, cataloging the Orpheus family's mundane financial ledgers first, trying to ground myself in the ordinary before tackling the more esoteric materials hinted at in the collection index. But the house, the library, wouldn't allow for simple routine. Anomalies persisted, subtle but undeniable. Books I meticulously aligned would be found slightly askew hours later. Cold spots drifted like unseen currents through apparently draft-free rooms. the chill lingering on my skin long after I moved away, and sounds. The soft, dry whisper of a page turning from an empty aisle. A faint, almost inaudible sighing resonance that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves in the late afternoon. I documented them all in my private journal, cross-referencing times with my work log, searching for patterns, clinging to the methodology of my profession as a shield against the encroaching sense of the impossible. My initial research into the Orpheus family yielded portraits of wealth, intellect, and deep eccentricity. Alistair Orpheus I, the founder, wrote extensively on Neoplatonism, Hermeticism, and theories I could only describe as architectural consciousness, the idea that buildings, especially libraries, could develop a form of sentience through the accumulated weight of knowledge and human thought they contained. His wife Cassandra's poetry grew progressively darker, obsessed with themes of reflection, stillness, and being read by unseen eyes. The records concerning the children, Lyra and Theseus, remained frustratingly vague, official death dates contradicted by later, oblique references in Alistair's philosophical tracts. It was late one evening, working in a secluded research carrel in the main reading room, a privilege Miss Vance had granted, with a look that mingled permission with warning. That Rule 1 presented itself undeniably. The reading room was vast, cathedral-like, pools of warm lamplight, scattered amidst islands of profound shadow. Only one other person occupied the immense space, an elderly man with a shock of white hair, bent low over a large vellum-bound manuscript at a heavy table across the room. I'd noticed him when I came in hours earlier, a figure of scholarly absorption, needing a specific reference volume. I pushed back my chair, the sound loud in the hush, and walked towards the nearest reference shelf. My path took me closer to the old man's table. As I passed, I glanced over, expecting to see him turn a page, make a note. He was utterly still. His eyes, magnified slightly by thick spectacles, were fixed on the intricate script of the manuscript. Wide, unwavering, unblinking. My steps faltered. I stopped, pretending to examine a nearby bookshelf, but my attention was riveted on him. Minutes passed. He didn't move a muscle, didn't shift his weight, didn't breathe, as far as I could tell, and his eyes remained open, fixed, reflecting the lamplight with a glassy, doll-like stare. Rule 1. If a patron has been reading the same page for over an hour, don't disturb them. Their eyes no longer blink for a reason. He'd been like this for hours. A reason. The phrase echoed with chilling implication. This wasn't sleep or intense concentration. This was something else. A state of being I couldn't comprehend, linked intrinsically to the text before him. My professional instinct warred with a visceral, primal fear. Check on him, offer assistance, or obey the cryptic, terrifying rule. The air around his table felt different. Colder, yes, but also strangely dense, as if charged with static electricity. A low, almost subsonic hum seemed to emanate from the book itself, a sound I felt more in my teeth than heard with my ears. I forced myself to turn away, abandoning my search for the reference book. Walking briskly, heart pounding a heavy rhythm against my ribs, I left the reading room, pulling the heavy oak door quietly shut behind me. I didn't look back. Later, much later, peering cautiously into the reading room before leaving for the night. The chair was empty. The vellum manuscript lay closed on the table. No sign of the elderly scholar. Had he simply finished and left, or had the book finished with him? As I walked through the main hall towards the exit, the first real rain of autumn began to beat against the high-arched windows. My gaze fell on the floor near the base of the silent grandfather clock. Lying there, looking starkly out of place on the polished marble, was a single, pressed white camellia, perfectly preserved, despite the season being long past for such blooms. The camellia vanished by morning, leaving only a faint ghost image on the marble where condensation had gathered around it. I didn't mention it, nor the unblinking reader, to Miss Vance. My attempts to glean information from her were met with polite, impenetrable deflection. She spoke of respecting the unique research habits of Athenaeum patrons and the complex atmospheric conditions of the aging building. Her calm demeanor making me feel like the one succumbing to paranoia. My research intensified, fueled now by genuine fear rather than just historical curiosity. I focused on patron records, cross-referencing long-term access logs with city archives, vital records, even old newspaper missing persons reports. The pattern that emerged was deeply disturbing. Dozens of individuals over the past century, scholars, researchers, solitary eccentrics, granted extended access to the Athenaeum's collections who subsequently faded from public life. Some had official death records years later, often from vague causes or listed as unattended. Others simply ceased to exist in any verifiable records after their last recorded visit here. They hadn't just stopped coming. They had vanished from the world outside these walls. The library felt different now. Every quiet patron browsed the stacks seemed like a potential candidate for Rule 1. Every dusty tome felt like it might be passively feeding on its reader. The silence no longer felt peaceful, but predatory. The very air seemed thick with lost time, shed like skin by those who lingered too long. It was during a busy afternoon while I was assisting patrons at the main catalog terminal near the entrance that Rule 2 found me. A young woman approached, clutching a thin volume of symbolist poetry, her eyes wide with a genuine, almost childlike confusion. She looked pale, her simple dress vaguely reminiscent of styles from decades past, perhaps a deliberate affectation, I told myself, common among students from the nearby university. "Excuse me," she began, her voice soft with a slight, unplaceable accent. "I'm terribly sorry, this place is rather overwhelming. I seem to have completely lost track of things." She gestured vaguely towards the poetry stacks. "Could you possibly tell me?" Her brow furrowed deeper. "How long have I been here today? I can't seem to recall when I arrived at all." Rule 2. If someone asks how long they've been here, lie. My stomach plunged. Her distress was palpable, her confusion seemingly authentic. Telling her the truth, that I hadn't seen her before this moment, that her question itself was a terrifying red flag according to the house rules, felt impossibly cruel. What damage would that truth inflict on a mind already adrift? But lying felt like complicity, like helping the library maintain its temporal illusions. Her wide, dark eyes searched mine, waiting for an anchor. I forced a smile, praying it looked reassuring. "Oh, time flies when you're lost in poetry, doesn't it?" I said, keeping my voice light, conversational. "Let's see, I think I noticed you browse near the Rossetti collection maybe just after lunch, say 1:30 or 2. The lie felt clumsy on my tongue, the details arbitrary, meaningless. Relief washed over her face, but it didn't quite settle in her eyes, which still held a shadow of deep disorientation. "Oh," she breathed. "Lunchtime, truly." It felt. She trailed off, shaking her head slightly as if trying to clear fog. "Thank you. Thank you so much." She clutched a poetry book like a talisman and drifted back towards the stacks, casting a bewildered glance towards the tall windows where the late afternoon sun slanted through, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. I watched her disappear between the towering shelves, the guilt, a bitter taste in my mouth. Had I just condemned her further by reinforcing the library's lie? How long had she really been wandering these aisles? Days, decades. Was she slowly becoming one of the unblinking readers herself? Later that day, feeling restless, I sought out Professor Finch, the elderly, seemingly benign regular I sometimes saw in the rare books room. He was dozing lightly in a leather armchair, a volume of Herodotus resting on his lap. I hesitated, then cleared my throat softly. He blinked awake, adjusting his spectacles, offering a gentle smile. "Ah, Miss Vance. Deep in the archives today, trying to be." "Professor," I said, opting for an oblique approach. "It's remarkable how time seems to slip away in here." Finch chuckled softly, a dry, papery sound. "Indeed, the Athenaeum has always had its own peculiar relationship with chronology. One must be careful not to lose one's place entirely." His eyes twinkled, but behind the amusement, I thought I detected a flicker of something else. Warning? Sadness? Easy to become just another footnote in its catalog, wouldn't you say? He picked up his Herodotus again. A clear dismissal, a footnote in the catalog. The phrase echoed long after I left him. Was that what shelving meant? That evening, as I performed the Rule 2 ritual, verifying the full place settings in the cold, silent reading room, my hand paused over the fourth setting. The one nearest the windows, resting beside the polished fork, was a small, intricately carved ivory bookmark I hadn't noticed before. It depicted Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, a symbol of cycles and eternity. I didn't touch it, just backed away slowly. The library was leaving gifts now, or warnings. The discovery of the Ouroboros bookmark solidified my resolve. The library wasn't just passively absorbing patrons. It felt like an active intelligence, observing, reacting, perhaps even communicating through these unsettling intrusions. My research became laser-focused. I needed to understand the shelving process mentioned in Rule 3, the duplicate faces. Elias Orpheus's journals spoke cryptically of archival echoes and imperfect reflections, manifesting during periods of high textual saturation or weakened chronological stability. He theorized the library, in its drive to catalog everything, sometimes inadvertently copied or shelved, the psychic imprint of its most absorbed readers, creating autonomous but incomplete echoes that lingered in the stacks. These echoes, he warned, were dangerous because they lacked the original's context, existing only as fragments of knowledge or emotion, potentially disruptive to the library's ambient equilibrium. His notes trailed off into complex equations and diagrams referencing the regulator clock and scheduled reconciliation. Was Rule 3, locking the doors, meant to contain these echoes until the clock purged them? Miss Vance became even more guarded. When I presented my findings on patron disappearances potentially linked to specific rare books dealing with memory or identity, she cut me off sharply. "Miss Vance, your remit is the Orpheus family archives. The management of current patrons and general collection stability falls under my purview and established Athenaeum procedures. Confine your inquiries accordingly." Her tone was ice, leaving no room for argument, but her eyes held a flicker of something that looked almost like fear. Feeling increasingly isolated, trapped between Vance's obstruction and the library's encroaching strangeness, I decided to methodically catalog a notoriously neglected wing: alchemical manuscripts and hermetic texts. It was deep in the building's oldest section, rarely visited, dust lying thick as snow, the air heavy with the scent of brittle paper and unknown chemical residues. The silence here was absolute, unnerving. I worked my way down a narrow aisle stacked high with crumbling folios bound in strange leather. Turning a corner, I saw someone at the far end, partially obscured by a towering shelf. A man, bent over a large open volume on a reading stand. I recognized him. Professor Finch. Strange to see him back here. He usually stayed in the main reading room. I noted his distinctive tweed jacket with leather elbow patches and the way he habitually pushed his spectacles up his nose. Focused on my work, I continued down the aisle. Reaching the end, I turned into the next parallel aisle, planning to work my way back. I took perhaps 10 steps, and froze. Standing at the other end of this aisle, also bent over a large volume on a stand, was Professor Finch. Same tweed jacket, same spectacles pushed up his nose, same posture of intense concentration. My mind struggled to process the impossibility. He could not physically have moved from the end of the previous aisle to the end of this one in the few seconds it took me to turn the corner. Especially not without making a sound. He was in two places at once. Rule 3. If you find two people with the same face sitting in different aisles, lock the doors. One of them was shelved. Shelved. An echo made solid. An imperfect copy. Panic, cold and clean, sliced through me. Which one was Finch? Sliced through me. Which one was Finch? Which was the echo? Did the echo know it was a copy? Was it dangerous? Lock the doors. Immediately. Heart hammering against my ribs so hard it felt bruised. I turned, forcing myself to move silently, quickly, back the way I came, out of the alchemy wing, through the silent connecting corridors, towards the main hall. Every shadow seemed to menace. Every creak felt like pursuit. Was the original Finch still there? Had the echo detached? Was it following me? I reached the vast, empty main hall. The massive oak front door seemed miles away. My footsteps, silent on the archive's dusty carpet, echoed loudly now on the cold marble. I ran the last few yards, fumbling with the first of the heavy, ornate brass bolts. It slid home with a loud, resonant thunk that echoed like a gunshot in the stillness. Rushing to the second door, my hands shaking, I shot the bolt across. Another heavy thud secured the entrance. Locked in. Trapped inside the Athenaeum with a duplicated patron, an archived consciousness. I leaned against the cold oak, gasping for breath, staring back into the shadowed depths of the library. What had I just contained? And was I protecting the outside world, or merely ensuring I was alone with the danger? My eyes were drawn inevitably to the grandfather clock standing silent sentinel against the far wall. Its hands remained frozen, pendulum still, but as I watched, holding my breath, a faint, almost inaudible tick sounded from within its casing, followed by a low preparatory whirring noise, the sound of ancient dust-clogged gears beginning to engage. Oh God, saying the duplicate hadn't just been a Rule 3 trigger. It had woken the clock. Elias Orpheus's notes flashed in my mind. Imperfect copies. Must reinforce the catalog's integrity. Only the regulator can reconcile the echoes. The reconciliation was starting. And the clock, I knew with horrifying certainty, was preparing to strike 13. The low internal whirring of the grandfather clock escalated into a series of distinct, heavy mechanical preparations. The groan of ancient weights shifting within its tall casing echoing through the cavernous main hall. It was no longer dormant. The reconciliation cycle, hinted at in Elias Orpheus' eyes' mad scrawls, was beginning. Triggered, I knew with sickening certainty, by the appearance of Professor Finch's duplicate, the shelved echo I had locked inside with me. There was no time for fear to paralyze, only time to react according to the final desperate piece of lore I'd pieced together. Rule 3 demanded I hide beneath the dining table during the clock's impossible chime, but Elias's journal spoke of more. Of the chime's function as a temporal resonance purge, and of specific symbols acting as anchors or redirectors. My only chance wasn't just to hide, but to attempt to interfere, to rewrite the protocol while the system was in flux. My feet pounded on the cold marble as I raced from the main hall towards the immense reading room, the clock's slow, deliberate tick-tock having suddenly, unnervingly begun, counting down the seconds to the first chime. I burst into the reading room, the four-place settings on the great oak table gleaming like ghostly invitations in the dim, ambient light filtering from the high windows. Just as I dropped and scrambled beneath the table's heavy shadow, pulling myself against the dusty central pedestal, the first deep bronze chime struck. The sound filled the room, vibrating through the floor, through the dense wood above me. 1. The air grew instantly colder. 2. Each chime was a physical weight, pressing down. 3. I took a final ragged breath, held it tight in my aching lungs. 4. 5. 6. The world outside the tablecloth vanished. My reality shrank to this dusty, cold space, the rhythmic tolling counting down like a ritual drumbeat. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A pause, a silent stretch taut, vibrating with potential energy. Then, the 13th chime, a jarring, discordant clang, deeper and harsher than the others, resonated through the Athenaeum, a sound that felt fundamentally wrong, like a crack appearing in the fabric of time itself. It hung in the air, heavy and oppressive, before finally receding into utter stillness. Hold your breath. Now. I pressed my face to the floorboards, tasting dust, squeezing my eyes shut against the darkness beneath the table. Immediately, an intense wave of frigid cold surged into the room, silent but palpable, washing over the floor, under the table, stealing all warmth. It carried the faint, dry scent of decay and something else, something indescribably ancient. Then came the sounds, not loud, but infinitely unsettling. The soft, dry rustle of unseen fabric, like heavy robes or brittle winding sheets, dragging slowly across the marble. Multiple zets of faint, sighing breaths, thin and dry, overlapping, seeming to come from different corners of the room at once. A slow, almost processional dragging cadence, the sound suggesting more than one entity moving with deliberate weight. The quartet, and perhaps the Finch echo, drawn into the reconciliation. They circled the room beyond my hiding place. The pressure built, making my ears ache, the silence thick and suffocating. Above me, the heavy oak table emitted a low groaning sound, vibrating as if immense weight were leaning against it, or perhaps as unseen hands brushed its surface near the waiting place settings. My lungs burned. Spots danced behind my eyes. Resonance requires reception. Temporal redirection. Elias's notes. Now or never. With a surge of adrenaline overriding the terror, my right hand, trembling violently, moved against the thick dust on the floorboards directly in front of me, focusing my entire will, pouring intent into the action despite the screaming need for air. I began to trace the complex, multi-pointed, interwoven symbol I had copied from Elias' journal, the sigil he believed could anchor or redirect the clock's reconciling energy. The moment my finger completed the final intricate loop, the charged atmosphere under the table snapped. The whispering sighs outside the tablecloth escalated into sharp, overlapping hisses of confusion or anger. A distinct, chilling gasp, thin and dry, sounded from immediately above me, near the edge of the table. The cold, which had been pervasive, now focused like a spotlight directly onto the symbol I had drawn, onto me, pressing down with agonizing intensity. Then, from the tabletop directly overhead, the clear, delicate ring of crystal resonated softly, as if a goblet had been touched. It chimed once, questioning, before being abruptly silenced. The presences hesitated. The rustling stopped. The dragging sounds paused. It felt like the entire library held its breath again, confused by my interference. The cold presence directly above felt like it was leaning down, probing the darkness beneath the table, its scrutiny a palpable force. I could smell dust, decay, and faintly now the scent of old tweed and pipe tobacco. Finch's echo. My vision grayed. My lungs felt like they were collapsing. I had to breathe. Just as I reached my breaking point, the focused cold presence above me abruptly withdrew, as if pulled back. The rustling sounds resumed, but seemed ragged, disorganized. The sighing breaths were fewer now, uneven. The dragging cadence became hesitant, almost stumbling, moving away from the table, back towards the main hall, faster than before. Less processional, more like a route. The sounds retreated down the echoing corridor. From the direction of the main hall, the grandfather clock emitted a final, low, mechanical groan, like stripped gears or immense effort concluding, followed by a soft but distinct settling click. And then, silence. A silence that felt empty, cleansed perhaps, but also deeply disturbed. The unnatural cold dissipated quickly, leaving only the cool dampness of the old building. I stayed under the table, gasping, drawing in huge lungfuls of dusty air until the burning subsided. My body shook with reaction. Slowly, cautiously, I pushed myself up, peering out from under the heavy tablecloth. The reading room was empty. The moonlight streamed through the windows onto the four-place settings, undisturbed. I crawled out, legs weak, muscles aching. I looked down at the floor where I had hidden. The dust was thick, undisturbed. The symbol I had traced with such desperate intent was completely gone, as if wiped clean by the receding energy. I stood alone in the vast, silent room. The 13th chime had passed. The reconciliation, whatever it truly was, had occurred. But I hadn't just hidden. I had interfered. I had whispered a name, traced a symbol, altered the resonance based on the mad theories of the library's founder. Standing there in the aftermath, the library felt profoundly different, still ancient, still deeply strange. But the oppressive weight of its unchanging ritual felt fractured. I had perhaps opened the book of its rules and scribbled a tentative, dangerous new footnote. What grew from that revision remained terrifyingly unclear. The silence that descended after the grandfather clock's final, settling groan was different. The oppressive weight that accompanied the 13th chime's resonance had lifted, but the air in the reading room remained unnaturally cold, thin, and carried a distinct charge, like the electric stillness after a nearby lightning strike. Beneath the heavy oak table, I took several deep, shuddering breaths. The taste of dust sharp in my throat. My heart still hammered, but the blind terror was slowly receding, replaced by a trembling, hyper-aware state of shock and dawning realization. I had interfered. I had traced the symbol, whispered the name, Lenore, in my mind as I did so. A desperate addition based on her prominence in the journals. And something had changed. The withdrawal of the presences felt ragged, disrupted. The chillingly unified quartet seemed for a moment confused, perhaps even fractured. Cautiously, I crawled out from my hiding place, muscles aching from tension. The reading room was bathed in the weak moonlight filtering through the tall arched windows. The four-place settings on the table gleamed, seemingly undisturbed. I approached hesitantly. Everything looked identical. The heavy silver, the clouded crystal, the porcelain plates, except at the setting traditionally associated with Lenore Orpheus in family portraits, the one nearest the large bay window. The small, intricately carved ivory Ouroboros bookmark guide, found previously, now lay directly on top of the folded napkin. I hadn't put it there. It had been on my research desk upstairs. A shiver traced its way down my spine. Acknowledgement? A warning? Or just another layer of the library's inscrutable communication? Over the next 24 hours, the library felt suspended. The usual subtle anomalies, drifting cold spots, faint whispers, seemed muted, paused. Even the predictable footsteps failed to materialize overhead after dusk fell. It was as if my intervention during the 13th chime had thrown the entire system into a state of temporary shock, disrupting its ancient, ingrained rhythms. This quiet was almost more unnerving than the activity. It felt like the prelude to a different kind of storm. Armed with my experience, Elias Orpheus' I's journal, and the Ouroboros bookmark, which I now carried, feeling its smooth coolness against my palm, I sought out Miss Vance in her office the following afternoon. She looked up as I entered, her usually impassive face showing surprise, quickly masked. Miss Vance, you appear unharmed. There was a Rule 3 clock event last night, Miss Vance. I stated directly, holding her gaze. Her lips thinned. I am aware of the chronometric irregularity. I trust you followed procedure. I sheltered beneath the reading room table, I confirmed. But I didn't remain entirely passive. Possessed the first journals regarding resonance and redirection. I interacted. I recounted tracing the symbol, focusing on Lenore's name, the changed withdrawal of the presences, the appearance of the bookmark. Miss Vance listened, her face growing paler with each word. When I finished, she stared at me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Fear, anger, maybe even a flicker of awe. You altered the reconciliation protocol, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I believe so, I said. Elias's note suggested it was possible. She sank back into her chair, looking suddenly frail. For generations, she murmured, almost to herself, we have simply endured it, maintained the rituals Elias established. Containment through appeasement and avoidance. No one has dared interfere with the primary cycle. She looked at me then, her eyes sharp again. Do you understand what you might have done, Miss Vance? These rules, as you call them, weren't arbitrary. They were the result of Elias's desperate attempts to stabilize a breach he inadvertently created or widened with his research. They maintain a fragile, dangerous equilibrium by altering the resonance, by directly addressing one part of the quartet. You may have weakened the containment structure itself. You may have made things infinitely worse, or... I countered softly, placing the Ouroboros bookmark on her desk. Maybe I've shown that the structure can be altered, that blind adherence isn't the only option. Maybe understanding offers a different form of control. She stared at the bookmark, then at me. A long silence stretched. Elias, I spoke of a keystone text, she said finally, her voice low, resigned. A volume detailing the library's true genesis, its relationship with the family, and the theoretical underpinnings of his protocols. It has remained sealed in the restricted archives, deemed too dangerous, too destabilizing by my predecessors. She made a decision then, visible in the sudden squaring of her shoulders. Perhaps its time has come. If you have altered the equation, then the old methods may no longer suffice. You need the full context. She unlocked a heavy ornate drawer in her desk and retrieved a single antique brass key. The Orpheus Prime Archive, she said, handing it to me. Deepest level. Be warned, Miss Vance. Some knowledge is not stabilizing. It is corrosive. What you learn there may bind you to this place as surely as any rule. I took the key. Its metal cold against my palm. I understand. I doubt you do, she replied softly. But you have forced the library's hand, and perhaps mine. Go, see if your understanding offers salvation, or merely a more informed damnation. Leaving her office, key clutched tight, I felt the weight of centuries settle upon me. I had survived the rules, even bent one. But I had also stepped irrevocably onto a new path, deeper into the heart of the Orpheus Athenaeum's mystery. The silence of the library seemed to watch me, no longer just waiting, but anticipating. The Orpheus Prime Archive was less a room and more a vault, hidden behind false shelving in the deepest sub-level, the air thick with the scent of undisturbed dust and ancient preservation chemicals. The key Miss Vance gave me opened a lock of staggering complexity. Inside, illuminated only by my flashlight beam, rested a single massive ledger bound in dark, unidentifiable leather, cold to the touch. The Athenaeum Catalog Raisinaean Operating Protocols. Balai, Alastair, Orpheus, Founder. Months melted away in that vault, and in the main library above, as I painstakingly cross-referenced the catalog with Elias's journals, Cassandra's poetry, town records, and my own meticulous observations. Miss Vance left me largely undisturbed. Our interactions brief, formal exchanges of archival data, though I sometimes felt her watching me from the shadows of the upper galleries. The truth, when pieced together, was stranger and sadder than I could have imagined. The Athenaeum wasn't just built on strange ground. Elias the Furic pursuits had incorporated principles of mnemonic architectures and chronological resonance, intending the library itself to be a vast engine for accessing and archiving not just knowledge but consciousness, specifically the echoes of his tragically lost family, Lenore, Isabel, Thomas, and perhaps a fourth aspect, representing his own overwhelming grief and guilt, forming the quartet. The rules weren't just for staff safety. They were parameters designed by Elias to maintain the specific emotional resonance loop that kept the quartet archived, but contained. The 13th chime was the system's periodic, forceful defragmentation and re-anchoring ritual. My intervention hadn't broken the system, but it had introduced a new variable: conscious, informed interaction based on empathy for Lenore and Elias's own redirection sigils. It had proven the echoes weren't just passive data. They could be influenced, their loop potentially altered. Armed with this terrifying, profound knowledge, my role shifted. I was no longer just an archivist. I became, with Miss Vance's tacit, wary acknowledgement, the library's de facto psychoarchaeologist, a mediator, attempting to navigate its haunted operating system. Life in the Athenaeum found a new, strange equilibrium. The rules still held sway, but my application of them changed. When the slow, heavy footsteps sounded overhead, I no longer simply ignored them. Consulting Elias's notes on harmonic frequencies, I might play a specific low-resonant tone on a tuning fork app on my phone, or quietly read a specific passage from Cassandra's poetry aloud in the room below. Often the footsteps would falter, then cease, the oppressive weight lifting. The dining table remained set for 4. But the settings were no longer static. Based on journals detailing the children's interests or Lenore's preferences, I rotated small offerings: a specific type of pressed flower, a polished seashell, a page of complex mathematics, the Ouroboros bookmark. It felt less like appeasement and more like conversation, a quiet acknowledgement of their individuality beyond the tragedy. The violent physical manifestations ceased entirely. When a lost-looking patron inevitably asked about time, I still couldn't tell them the full truth. But armed with Elias's theories on subjective chronology within the library, I offered nuanced responses. Time can feel rather fluid within these walls, don't you find? Perhaps focus on the chapter, not the clock. More often than not, the answer seemed to soothe the deeper temporal anxiety, allowing them to re-engage with their reading, or eventually find their way out. And the clock. As the date for the next 13th chime approached, I didn't just prepare to hide. I prepared to mediate. Based on the catalogue raisonné, I identified specific resonant objects, books bound with certain materials, geological samples from the library's foundation, and placed them strategically around the reading room table before taking shelter. When the chime struck and the presences arrived, I still held my breath, but I focused my intent, using techniques derived from Elias's notes on conscious anchoring, attempting to provide a stable, neutral reception rather than just fearful silence, while the placed objects absorbed or redirected the worst of the reconciliation energy. It was terrifying, exhausting work, leaving me drained for days. But the subsequent settling period in the library felt calmer, less volatile. It's not a cure. The haunting isn't gone. The Orpheus Athenaeum remains a place saturated with grief, existing slightly outside normal time and reality. Miss Vance and I maintain a relationship of wary professional respect. She guards the library's physical integrity and its secrets from the outside world. I navigate its internal psychic landscape, using knowledge as my guide, constantly learning, constantly adapting. Tonight, the library is quiet. Rain whispers against the tall windows, overlooking the Providence night. I sit in the reading room, reviewing facsimiles of Elias's celestial charts, comparing them to upcoming astronomical events. A soft rustling sound comes from the darkened stacks nearby. Just the house settling, or perhaps one of the quartet drawing near. I pause, listen intently, then dip my head in brief acknowledgement before returning to my work. I am bound to this place, not by bars, but by knowledge, by the responsibility that comes with understanding, and by the rules I continue to decipher, and sometimes cautiously rewrite. The book of the Athenaeum remains open, and I am, for better or worse, now writing my own chapter within its ancient haunted pages. The soft, rhythmic turning of a page somewhere in the darkness is the only sound that breaks the silence. You're listening to Night Creepypasta Rules, where the rules are never just guidelines. They're survival. Tonight's story follows a psychiatric nurse who takes a job at a crumbling institution, only to discover that beneath the procedures, the patients, and the peeling walls lies something ancient. Listening. This is the windowless room. Nursing school teaches you to listen to your patients, to validate their reality, to seek the root of their distress. Ridgeway State Hospital teaches you which truths require a syringe before they fully surface. Stepping through the heavy, buzzing security doors for my first official shift felt like entering a forgotten circle of purgatory. Right here in the rolling, deceptively peaceful hills of rural Ohio, the air itself was different inside. Heavy, institutional, a tired sigh carrying the sharp scent of industrial disinfectant, failing to mask deeper, older smells of unwashed bodies, stale cigarette smoke ingrained in the walls, old plumbing, and something else, a faint underlying metallic tang, like fear itself had a scent. My name is Liam Carter Arn. New hire. Maybe fresh meat was more accurate, judging by the wary, assessing glances from the veteran staff. I came here chasing a ghost. Not a literal one. Not yet anyway. But the ghost of my Uncle David's experience in a place like this years ago. The over-medication, the neglect. The way his spark just extinguished under the weight of institutional indifference. I became a psychiatric nurse to fight that, to be the advocate he never had. Ridgeway, despite its crumbling facade and grim reputation, had an opening, and I needed the work. So here I was, idealism packed away with my civilian clothes, ready to follow procedure. Procedure. That was the mantra. Matron Evelyn Thorne, head nurse of Ward C, where I was assigned, embodied it. She met me in her severely tidy office, a small island of starched white order amidst the surrounding decay. Her gray hair was pulled back in a ruthlessly tight bun, her uniform immaculate, her eyes the color of washed-out sky, holding no warmth, only a penetrating, assessing sharpness. She laid out my duties, the ward routines, the charting protocols. Her voice crisp, precise, devoid of inflection. And finally, "Nurse Carter," she said, folding her hands precisely on the immaculate blotter. "Certain situational protocols specific to Ridgeway, particularly within the older wings like Ward C and its adjacent structures. They are non-negotiable safety measures." She didn't consult a manual. The rules seemed etched into her very being. First, Protocol Alpha 7. Her gaze was direct, unwavering. Should a patient verbally reference the windowless room, regardless of context or perceived lucidity, it signifies acute psychological distress bordering on systemic contagion. You will immediately administer PR and chemical restraint B12. As per formulary, document the trigger phrase precisely, and alert ward security. Do not engage the patient regarding the subject matter. Is that clear? My blood ran cold. Wah. Sedate immediately for mentioning a room. Prevent them from even describing it. What kind of therapeutic practice was that? It felt like silencing a witness, not treating a patient. "Yes, matron," I managed, the words feeling thick, raw. "Second, south stairwell integrity," she continued without pause. It is the primary descent route from Ward C to supplies. Due to historical architectural settling, the perceived number of steps upon descent may occasionally fluctuate. This is a known structural anomaly. For staff safety and equilibrium during descent, maintain visual focus on the destination landing. Under no circumstances are you to vocalize or otherwise acknowledge a perceived discrepancy in the step count. My mind reeled. An extra step? Appearing and disappearing? Don't count it out loud. What happened if you did? The absurdity warred with the chilling, matter-of-fact delivery. Third, floor designation variance. Her voice dropped slightly, taking on an even graver tone. Shifts conclude documentation on the third floor nursing station. If, upon concluding your documented shift time on floor 3, you perceive your location to be floor 4, a currently unutilized administrative overflow wing, standard elevator use is strictly contraindicated due to documented electrical instability during these variances. My skin crawled. You will proceed immediately to the nearest stairwell. Descend directly to the ground floor. Maintain a direct forward gaze and regulate your breathing. Do not blink until you have reached the ground floor lobby and confirmed your location. Her eyes held mine. Do not blink. I swallowed hard, the clinical detachment of the rule making it even more terrifying. Found yourself on the wrong floor? Found yourself on the wrong floor? Walked down multiple flights without blinking? What in God's name? Understood, matron, I whispered. She gave a curt nod. Good. Adherence to procedure ensures safety and stability for all. Dismissed. My first rounds on Ward C felt like walking through a nightmare painted in shades of institutional beige and despair. The air hummed with a low thrum of misery. Distant, indistinct weeping drifted from one locked room. The rhythmic squeak and rattle of an unseen medication cart echoed from down the hall. Heavy footsteps of an orderly pacing somewhere unseen. I passed patient Elias Thorne's room. Same last name as the matron? Coincidence? He sat staring blankly at the wall, catatonic as described in his chart. But as I passed, his head turned slightly, his eyes, startlingly lucid for a brief second, locked onto mine, filled with an intelligent, primal terror, before clouding over again. Did he know I was new? Did he know I now carried the burden of the rules? Later, heading towards the break room, I encountered Frank Kowalski, the older orderly, leaning against the wall, smoking a forbidden cigarette in a recessed doorway. First day swimming with the sharks, newbie? He asked, smoke curling around his cynical smile. Something like that, I admitted. Matron Thorne went over the procedures. Frank chuckled darkly, a sound like rocks tumbling in a dry well. Ah, the procedures. Yeah, listen close to old Evie Thorne on those, kid. Especially Rule 1. Don't get curious about the windowless room. Ain't worth it. He winked, then pushed off the wall. Just keep your head down, count the hours. Safest way. As he walked away, the rhythmic jangle and clink of the heavy ring of keys on his belt echoed down the long, empty corridor. I stood there for a moment. The matron's chilling rules, Frank's cynical warning, Elias' terrified gaze swirling in my head. The antiseptic smell couldn't mask the underlying scent of fear. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting long shadows. And from somewhere deep within the asylum's ancient structure, I thought I heard a faint, rhythmic, muffled thump-thump, like something large and heavy patiently bumping against a locked door. Far below, my shift had just begun, and I already felt like I was drowning. The rhythm of Ridgeway settled over me like a shroud in those first weeks. Days blurred into nights, shifts measured by the dispensing of meds, the changing of linens, the charting of observations, often devoid of observable change, and the constant, low hum of institutional existence. The sounds became a familiar, unsettling score. the distant, mournful cry of a patient echoing down a tiled corridor, the squeal and rattle of unseen carts making their rounds, the heavy, echoing finality of steel doors locking, and always, underneath, the building's own sighing breaths, drafts whispering through ill-fitting window frames, the low groan of old pipes in the walls. I tried to hold on to my purpose, the reason I came here. I spent extra time with patients when I could, listening even when the words seemed nonsensical, looking for the person buried beneath the diagnosis, the medication, the crushing weight of this place. Frank, the veteran orderly, watched me with cynical amusement. Bleeding heart newbie, he grunted one afternoon, catching me talking quietly with a withdrawn woman in the dye room. Gets you nowhere here, just makes it hurt more when they don't get better. Or when they get misplaced. He winked darkly, leaving the final word hanging in the air before shuffling off. The rhythmic clink and scrape of the large keyring secured to his belt fading down the hall. Misplaced. The word echoed, unsettling. My interactions with Matron Thorne remained brief, formal. She observed my work with cool efficiency, offering terse corrections on charting procedure, but never engaging in small talk, her pale eyes missing nothing. I never saw her interact directly with patients, only with staff and paperwork. A stern conductor, orchestrating the ward's grim symphony from her glass-walled office. And then there was Elias Thorne, patient 307, officially diagnosed catatonic schizophrenia, resident for nearly 20 years. Most days, he was exactly as charted, immobile in his chair or bed, staring blankly at a wall, unresponsive, yet sometimes his eyes would clear for a fleeting moment, filled with a startling, intelligent terror that would vanish as quickly as it appeared. That shared last name with the matron felt too specific to be coincidence, but no records indicated a familial relationship. And Frank just shrugged when I asked. Lots of thorns in Ohio, was all he said. It was during evening rounds, the ward settling into its restless nighttime quiet, that Elias had his episode. I was doing final checks, the air thick with the smell of floor wax, and something vaguely like stale urine. As I entered Elias's room, he wasn't staring blankly. He was sitting bolt upright on the edge of his bed, eyes wide, fixed on me with terrifying lucidity. Before I could speak, he lunged, grabbing my forearm with surprising strength. His hand was ice cold, the grip desperate. "Nurse," he rasped, his voice cracked from disuse but vibrating with urgent fear. "You have to listen." They listen. From the room with no windows. My blood ran cold. If a patient mentions the windowless room, sedate them immediately. The phrase hung in the air, charged, forbidden. "Mr. Thorne," I began, trying to keep my voice calm, professional, even as my heart hammered. "What room are you talking at?" "No windows," he hissed, his grip tightening, knuckles white. "Down low, where the walls. Listen. They take the quiet thoughts first. You have to..." His eyes darted frantically around the room, as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. My nursing instinct screamed to engage, explore the delusion, offer reassurance. My memory of Uncle David, dismissed and unheard, urged me to listen. But Matron Thorne's flat voice, the absolute certainty of the protocol, the cold dread coiling in my gut. What happened if I didn't sedate him? What was this? Systemic contagion, she mentioned. He started trembling violently. "It hears us now," he whispered, terror making his voice thin. "Close the door." That decided it. Protocol, safety, containment. My own fear. "Okay, Elias," I said, forcing a calm I didn't feel, gently trying to disengage his grip while reaching for the call button. "Let's just calm down. I'll get Frank." "No, not Frank. He knows." "He lets them listen." Elias started to struggle, trying to pull me closer. I hit the call button. Code sedate, room 307. I said into the intercom, my voice shaking slightly. Alpha 7 protocol. Alpha 7 protocol. Within moments, Frank was there. His movements practiced, efficient, devoid of surprise. Together, we administered the piano sedative. Elias fought briefly, a desperate, weak struggle, his eyes fixed on mine, filled with betrayal and terror, whispering, windowless, listening, until the drug took hold, his body going slack, the light in his eyes extinguishing back into blankness. The only sound then was his quiet, even breathing, and the low hum of the corridor lights outside. Frank clapped me on the shoulder as we stepped out, leaving Elias slumped on the bed. See? Easier, he grunted, wiping his hands on his uniform pants. Keeps things quiet. Best not to know what they're talking about when they get like that. He walked off down the hall, keys jangling. I stood there for a moment, feeling profoundly sickened. I had silenced him, followed the rule, become part of the system I'd wanted to fight. The guilt was a physical weight. As I turned to leave, my hand brushed against my arm where Elias had gripped me. The skin there felt unnaturally cold, almost numb, even through my uniform sleeve. The chill lingered long after I walked away. Later that night, unable to shake the unease, I found myself tidying Elias's sparse bedside table. An act of penance, perhaps. Tucked beneath his standard-issue plastic water cup was a small, folded square of paper that hadn't been there during my earlier rounds. My fingers trembled slightly as I unfolded it. It wasn't a note. It was a drawing, done in shaky pencil lines, a crude but complex symbol, like a distorted maze or circuit diagram, spiraling inwards towards a single, aggressively blacked out square at its center. No windows. The symbol Elias Thorne drew haunted me. I kept the folded paper hidden, pulling it out in quiet moments, tracing its disturbing, non-Euclidean-like geometry. It felt less like a random doodle and more like a map or a warning. Was the blacked-out square the windowless room? Was the spiral the path to it, or away from it? My research attempts intensified, shifting focus. I started searching Ridgeway's digital archives and dusty basement storage for old architectural plans, maintenance logs, anything mentioning structural anomalies or hidden spaces. Predictably, records were incomplete, contradictory. Blueprints from different eras showed inconsistencies, corridors that didn't quite align, rooms labeled storage that seemed too large or oddly placed. The south stairwell, the one mentioned in Rule 2, appeared on some plans, but was absent or marked differently on others. And any records pertaining to the older condemned wings, particularly the basement levels beneath the original 19th century structure, were either missing, heavily redacted, or required clearance levels far above mine. Frank caught me one afternoon in the basement archive, surrounded by dusty boxes of patient transfer logs from the 1950s. "Looking for ghosts, newbie?" he asked, leaning against a shelf, arms crossed, that cynical smile playing on his lips. "Just trying to understand the building's history, Frank," I said non-committally, quickly closing a ledger that mentioned hydrotherapy incidents. "History's best left buried down here," he grunted. "Less you know about places like the south stairwell or what went on in the west wing basement, the better you sleep." He pushed off the shelf. "Stick to the charts. Follow Evie Thorne's rules. Last longer that way." His casual delivery didn't mask the genuine warning in his eyes. The asylum itself seemed to react to my probing. The subtle anomalies increased. Faint tapping sounds, rhythmic and deliberate, would follow me down specific corridors, only to cease when I stopped to listen. Lights would flicker more aggressively when I accessed certain archive terminals, and the cold spots became more frequent, more pronounced, particularly near the south stairwell entrance and Elias Thorne's room. One quiet afternoon, needing extra linens, I found the service elevator predictably out of order. The only alternative was the south stairwell down to the basement laundry. My stomach tightened, Rule 2 echoing in my mind. Maintain focus on destination landing. Do not vocalize step count. Do not vocalize step count. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy fire door and started down. The air in the stairwell was cold, still, smelling of damp concrete and something faintly metallic. My footsteps echoed loudly on the worn concrete steps. I deliberately kept my gaze fixed on the dim landing visible far below, forcing myself not to count. A surprisingly difficult task for a mind trained in meticulous observation and counting medication. Dosages. 1 flight down. 2 flights. 3. The landing grew closer. Everything seemed normal. My anxiety began to ease slightly. Just an old wives' tale, maybe. I reached the bottom. My foot descended for the final step onto the basement landing and met empty air. I stumbled, catching myself on the railing, heart leaping into my throat. I looked down. The landing wasn't level with the final step. There was an additional concrete step at the base, maybe 6 inches high, seamlessly integrated yet utterly wrong, making the transition to the basement floor uneven, tilted. It hadn't been there on my orientation tour with Matron Thorne. I was certain of it. Disorientation washed over me, a wave of vertigo. The geometry felt skewed, unnatural. The powerful, almost compulsive urge to quantify it, to say aloud, "Wait, that makes 13 steps, not 12, rose in my throat. Don't count it out loud. I bit my lip hard, focusing on the grimy basement door ahead, ignoring the spatial wrongness screaming at my senses. I deliberately, carefully, stepped over the phantom 13th step onto the solid concrete of the basement floor. My equilibrium felt instantly off, the corridor tilting slightly for a moment before settling. Nausea churned in my stomach. Quickly retrieving the linens from the laundry room down the hall, I forced myself back towards the stairwell, dreading the return journey. As I approached the base of the stairs, ready to ascend, I heard it clearly from the steps above me. The distinct sound of heavy work boots descending, one slow, deliberate step after another, coming down towards the landing. I froze, every muscle tensed. No one had followed me down. I was alone. The footsteps continued, steady, unhurried, echoing in the confined space. They reached the bottom landing, 12 steps, then paused. A moment of absolute silence. Then, one final, heavy step sounded, precisely where the phantom 13th step had been, followed by silence again. I didn't wait, didn't look up. I turned and fled back down the basement corridor, taking the long way around to a different stairwell. The sound of that impossible final step echoing in my mind. Back in the relative safety of the Ward C nursing station, shaken but trying to appear calm, I pulled out the drawing Elias had made. The distorted maze. I looked at it again, tracing the lines. My blood ran cold. The spiral seemed to have 13 distinct turns leading to the blacked out center, and one corridor branching off it looked disturbingly like the layout of the south stairwell on the older Asylum blueprints I'd glimpsed. Connections, they were everywhere. The rules, the patients, the building itself. Elias wasn't just delusional. He was sensitive to the Asylum's fractured reality, perhaps even mapping it. And the number 13. My shift ended documented on the 3rd floor, but the events of the day, the encounter on the stairs, left me deeply unsettled. I needed to check something. Before leaving, I quickly accessed the central staff scheduling system, looking ahead to the following week. My name, my shifts, standard rotation. Until Friday, Cole, L, and shift location. Nursing station, floor 3, next shift start. Floor 4, records overflow. Floor 4, the unutilized wing. The place Rule 3 warned about. It wasn't just a random displacement anymore. I was being scheduled there. Day 4 officially printed on my schedule felt like a deliberate escalation, a tightening of the net. Was it Matron Thorne testing me, or the asylum itself manipulating the schedules, drawing me towards the acknowledged zone of wrongness? Frank just shrugged when I showed him, muttering something about clerical errors and never volunteering for overtime up there. His casual dismissal felt forced, his eyes holding a flicker of fear he couldn't quite hide. The week leading up to that Friday shift was agonizing. Every creak of the building, every flicker of the lights, every moment of radio static felt like a prelude. My research became frantic. What was the fourth floor? Officially, it was closed in the late 70s after budget cuts and consolidation. Unofficial records, fragmented patient testimonials found in obscure online mental health archives, spoke of it differently. Whispers of experimental therapies gone wrong, of a ward chief, Dr. Alistair Blackwood, the name again, obsessed with psychic resonance, of patients becoming unmoored, of staff refusing to go near there even before it was officially closed. It sounded like a place where Ridgeway's deepest secrets, and perhaps its core anomaly, resided. And Rule 3, don't take the elevator down. Walk. Don't blink. Why not the elevator? Prone to malfunction during the variance. Or did it go somewhere else? And the blinking. Why was that specific biological necessity forbidden? What watched in those moments of darkness? What gained purchase when your perception momentarily reset? Friday arrived, gray and drizzling, matching my mood. My shift on the third floor was tense, uneventful, the calm before the storm. I performed my duties robotically, acutely aware of the clock ticking towards shift end, towards the inevitable displacement. I found myself timing my blinks, a ridiculous, paranoid exercise. Shift change. I meticulously completed my charting at the third floor nursing station, signed out, noted the time, said goodnight to the incoming nurse, gathered my bag. My heart pounded. I walked down the familiar third floor corridor towards the central elevator bank, consciously deciding not to preemptively take the stairs, needing to see if the displacement was real, unavoidable. I pressed the elevator down button, waited. The soft mechanical sigh of the arriving car sounded normal. The doors slid open onto an empty car. I stepped inside, pressed G for ground floor. The doors slid shut. The car began to move. Upwards. My stomach plummeted. The indicator light above the door, which should have shown 3, flickered, then settled clearly on 4. It wasn't perception. It wasn't disorientation. The elevator itself had registered, or been forced to, the wrong starting point. Panic flared. Cold and immediate. Rule 3, don't take the elevator down. I jammed the door open button frantically. The car shuddered to a halt between floors. Then, with a low groaning sound, the doors scraped open halfway, revealing not a hallway, but darkness and the rough texture of the concrete elevator shaft between floors. Trapped. No, Galpay, don't take the elevator down. It didn't say I couldn't get out. Heart hammering. I pried the doors open wider, squeezed through the gap, and dropped heavily onto the floor of the 4th floor landing. The doors scraped shut behind me. I was here. The 4th floor was silent, utterly silent. Thick dust coated everything, disturbed only by my own footprints. Emergency lights cast a dim, unreliable glow down long, empty corridors lined with peeling paint and doors bolted shut. The air was freezing cold, stagnant, smelling of dust, mildew, and something else. A faint, sharp chemical odor, like old formaldehyde or preservation fluid. Rule 3 again. Walk down. Don't blink. My eyes were already starting to burn from staring. In the nearest stairwell. Okay. North stairwell was closest according to the floor plan etched in my memory. I started walking, footsteps echoing unnervingly loud in the dead quiet. Each intersection, Each shadowed doorway felt like an ambush point, and I forced myself not to blink. The effort was agony. My eyes streamed, blurring my vision. Every instinct screamed for that momentary relief, that reset. But the rule felt absolute. Don't blink. Don't blink. As I walked, forcing my eyes open, the peripheral vision became strange. Shadows seemed to lengthen and contract unnaturally. Shapes flitted just beyond focus. Tall, thin shapes, like the figure I'd seen at Hayes's cabin. Focus, Liam. Focus, Liam. Faint whispers, like dry leaves skittering across concrete, seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, always seeming to come from just behind me or around the next corner. A soft, dragging sound, perhaps cloth on dusty floor, echoed intermittently from one of the bolted rooms I passed. Was it real, or just my strained eyes and overwrought mind playing tricks in the dim light and oppressive silence? I couldn't know. Couldn't risk looking directly. Couldn't risk blinking. Down the first flight of stairs, eyes burning, tears streaming freely now. Keep moving. Keep staring straight ahead. Second flight, the whispers seemed closer, coalescing almost into words, promising rest, promising answers. If I just close my eyes for a second, I focused on the image of Elias's terrified face, on the memory of my Uncle David, on the need to get out, to understand. Third flight, almost there. The dragging sound seemed louder now, closer behind me on the stairs. I stumbled, almost lost my balance, squeezed my eyes shut involuntarily for a fraction of a second. Darkness, a flash of impossible geometry, the feeling of immense cold pressure, the overpowering smell of ozone and decay. Then opened them again, gasping, finding myself still on the stairs, heart pounding. What was that? Had something tried to manifest in that split second of darkness? Ground floor. Finally, I burst through the stairwell door into the brightly lit main lobby, collapsing against the wall, blinking rapidly, tears flowing, lungs heaving. The lobby was blessedly normal. A security guard looked up, startled, from his desk. The clock on the wall showed the correct time. The Rule 3 variance was over. I had survived, but the terror, the forced vigilance, the glimpse of something. When I blinked, it left me deeply shaken, convinced now more than ever that the asylum wasn't just haunted. It was actively hostile, its rules a desperate, barely functional system, against in chaos. And I knew with chilling certainty where I had to go next. Elias knew. The windowless room held the answers. My shift was over, but my real work at Ridgeway was just beginning. I had to find that room, even if it meant breaking every rule. The resolution settled within me, cold and heavy as dread, but shot with purpose, hiding, following the rules blindly. It was just managing the symptoms, perpetuating the cycle that had likely consumed Carson, that was slowly consuming Elias, that would eventually consume me, the windowless room. Elias's terrified whispers, Matron Thorne's rigid avoidance, the very first rule hammered into me. It pulsed at the dark heart of Ridgeway's sickness. Finding it felt less like a choice and more like an inevitability. Elias was the key. I waited, watching him closely over the next shifts, enduring Frank's cynical barbs about my special interest in 307. Then, during a quiet pre-dawn hour, his eyes cleared again. He looked at me, not with panic this time, but with a weary, almost pleading lucidity. "Nurse," he whispered, his voice dry, papery. "The drawing, you kept it?" I nodded, my heart quickening. "The count is wrong," he murmured, eyes darting towards the corridor. "Always has been. 13th step. It opens the way if you don't name it." He meant counting it, I realized. But the door, his gaze unfocused slightly. Behind the iron lung, basement archives, where they kept the water charts. His breath hitched. Steam. Must silence the steam first. Valve 13. Then the wall. Listens differently. His eyes clouded over again. The connection broken, leaving me with fragmented, cryptic instructions. Valve 13. Silence the steam. Behind the hydrotherapy charts in the basement archives, it was more than I dared hope for. That night, near the end of my shift, I made my move, finding a need for old patient files. I descended into the basement archives, bypassing the south stairwell, using the colder, less used service stairs at the far end of the building. The air down here was thick with the damp, earthy smell of old concrete and something else, a faint, unpleasant metallic odor. Emergency lights cast pools of weak, buzzing light onto rows upon rows of forgotten metal shelving, groaning under the weight of decaying cardboard boxes. Following Elias's fragmented directions, I navigated towards the oldest section, near the foundations where the original hydrotherapy suites had been located according to the aged blueprints I'd studied. Behind a stack of collapsing boxes labeled Hydrotherapy Logs, 1940s, I found it. A section of damp, crumbling brick wall that felt subtly colder than the surrounding stone. And low down, almost hidden by grime, was Elias' symbol, scratched faintly into a brick. Nearby, embedded in the wall, was a series of old rusted pipes, remnants of the hydrotherapy system. One large valve handle, painted red, bore a faded stenciled number. 13. Silence the steam. Heart pounding. I gripped the cold metal wheel and turned it counterclockwise with considerable effort. A low groaning sound echoed from deep within the pipes, followed by a final definitive thud as the valve seated shut. The faint hissing sound I hadn't consciously noticed before abruptly ceased. Now, the wall listens differently. Now, the wall listens differently. I turned back to the cold section of brickwork, pressing my hands flat against it. It felt hollow somehow, and vibrating with a low, almost subsonic frequency that resonated in my bones. As I pressed, a low scraping sound emanated from within the wall, and a rectangular section, perfectly aligned with the brickwork, began to slide inwards, revealing not a room, but utter darkness beyond. And the whispers started, faint at first and swelling, a chorus of disembodied voices sighing, weeping, whispering fragments related to fear, loss, confusion, echoing from the darkness. So cold. Can't remember. The water. Make it stop. Listening. It was the raw psychic static of the Asylum given voice. Rule 1. The trigger phrase wasn't needed. The room itself was the subject. Sedate. Impossible. Withdraw? Too late. I took a deep, steadying breath, remembering my purpose, my promise to Uncle David, my duty to Elias. I stepped through the opening. It wasn't a room in any conventional sense. Utter darkness swallowed my flashlight beam just feet ahead. The air was freezing, thick, making it hard to breathe. There were no discernible walls, only the oppressive feeling of immense, enclosed space, and the cacophony of despairing whispers swirling around me like phantom currents. This wasn't architecture. It was psychic geography, the raw, unshielded core of Ridgeway's accumulated suffering. It reacted to my presence. The whispers intensified, focusing, coalescing. Images flashed behind my eyes. Brief, agonizing glimpses of past patients' trauma. The cold shock of hydrotherapy. The confusion of electroshock. The terror of restraints. The bleakness of decades lost within these walls. Then, it turned personal. The image of my Uncle David, fading in his hospital bed, his eyes pleading, The memory of the Tanner Creek call. David Rennick's final scream. No, wrong memory. The memory of my family members' desperate decline. The feeling of my own helplessness. The entity, the room, whatever it was, clawed through my memories, seeking my deepest wounds, my guilt. It expected me to break, to run, to succumb to the despair it radiated. But my nursing instinct, the core of why I came here, took over. This wasn't an enemy to fight. It was a patient in unimaginable collective agony. I hear you, I said aloud, my voice trembling but clear, projecting calm I didn't feel into the oppressive darkness. I hear your pain. All of you. All of you. The whispers faltered for a moment, surprise rippling through the psychic noise. The visual flashes lessened slightly. You're trapped here, I continued, speaking slowly, evenly, using the grounding techniques I used with agitated patients. Lost, hurting, remembering the fear. I focused on the core emotion beneath the chaos, the profound loneliness, the feeling of being unheard. But you are not alone right now. I am here. I am listening. I didn't offer false hope or platitudes, just acknowledgement, validation, bearing witness. The reaction was not immediate healing, but a subtle shift. The chaotic psychic screaming didn't stop, but its focus seemed to turn inward, the despair becoming less aggressive, more sorrowful, the intense cold lessened by a fraction. The overwhelming pressure eased, almost imperceptibly. It felt like speaking calmly to a patient in the midst of a terrifying panic attack. Not stopping the attack, but providing an anchor, a moment of connection that lessened its destructive force. I stood there in the darkness, breathing steadily, focusing on projecting empathy, acknowledging the suffering without being consumed by it. It took a tremendous toll, draining my energy, leaving me feeling scoured from the inside out. But I held my ground. After what felt like an eternity, the overwhelming psychic pressure began to recede further. The cacophony of whispers softened, separating back into individual threads of faint, sorrowful murmuring. The intense cold became just cold. The room still felt vast, ancient, and deeply wounded, but the active, aggressive manifestation had subsided, quieted by the unexpected response of empathy instead of fear or suppression. I knew, with profound certainty, that I was now linked to this place, to the asylum's core wound. I could feel it as a low, constant hum in the back of my mind, a quiet echo of the collective pain, drained, shaking, but somehow whole. I turned and stepped back through the hidden doorway, pulling the heavy brick panel shut behind me. The scraping sound as it closed felt different this time, less like closing a crypt, more like closing a patient's file after a long, difficult, but necessary session. Okay, here are the final two chapters. Chapter 6, Falling Action, and Chapter 7, Resolution. Completing the story of Liam Carter in Ridgeway State Hospital, incorporating all feedback and the chosen ending path. Chapter 6, The Tuning. Stepping back through the hidden doorway into the dusty, stale air of the basement archive felt like returning from another dimension. The oppressive psychic weight, the swirling whispers of the windowless room receded, but didn't vanish entirely. It left an echo, a low, persistent hum, resonating just beneath my hearing, a constant awareness of the vast reservoir of suffering I had just communed with. My body felt scoured, utterly drained, yet strangely calm. The frantic edge of fear was gone, replaced by a profound, bone-deep weariness and the chilling certainty of connection. I slid the brick panel shut. The scraping sound of stone on stone seemed normal now, mundane after the formless horror within. I leaned against the cold wall, taking slow, deep breaths, trying to process. I hadn't defeated anything. I hadn't cleansed anything. Not really. I had simply listened, acknowledged, offered empathy instead of sedation. And somehow, that act of witnessing had stabilized the storm, at least for now. But it had also forged a link. As I made my way back up through the asylum's echoing corridors, the building felt subtly different. Quieter, perhaps. Or maybe it was just my perception that had shifted. Patients I passed seemed calmer. The usual background hum of anxiety slightly lessened. Or was I imagining it? Frank Kowalski saw me emerge from the basement stairwell access door. A route rarely used, he stopped pushing his cleaning cart, his eyes widening almost imperceptibly as he took in my pale face, my exhaustion, the strange stillness about me. He didn't offer a cynical joke this time. He just swallowed hard, made a barely audible warding gesture with his hand, a quick crossing motion, and pushed his cart rapidly away in the opposite direction. The protesting squeal of its wheels unusually loud in the corridor. He knew, or sensed, that I had crossed some line he religiously avoided. Matron Evelyn Thorne was waiting for me outside the Ward C nursing station, arms crossed, her expression unreadable, but her posture radiating tension. She didn't need to ask where I'd been. Her sharp eyes missed nothing. "Nurse Carter," she said, her voice low, tight. My office now. The walk was silent, tense. Inside her sterile office, she closed the door firmly behind us. "Report," she commanded, her voice colder than the room I just left. How much to say? I stuck to partial truths, focusing on the trigger. Elias Thorne provided information during a lucid phase. I began, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "You investigated a level 0 restricted area based on the ramblings of a catatonic schizophrenic," she challenged, though her eyes held a flicker of something else. Not just anger, but perhaps fear. "He wasn't rambling, Matron," I said quietly. "He was describing the source. The psychic repository. The windowless room." Evelyn flinched almost imperceptibly. She sank slowly into her chair, her professional mask cracking slightly, revealing the deep weariness beneath. "You went in?" she whispered, horrified. "Yes, and you're still here, still coherent?" Disbelief warred with dread on her face. "I didn't use force," I explained slowly, feeling my way. I didn't try to suppress it. I listened, acknowledged the distress, offered nursing care, I suppose. She stared at me aghast. "Nursing care? For that? Carter? Do you have any idea what you've done?" She leaned forward, voice dropping to an urgent whisper. "That room isn't a room. It's the accumulated psychic trauma of this entire institution, possibly anchored by whatever horrors Blackwood and his predecessors performed down there. Rule of 1, the sedation. It wasn't just to protect staff from the patients mentioning it. It was to protect us all from the patients agitating it, from drawing its attention. Every time someone connects with it, it grows stronger, more aware. It felt calmer, I countered softly. After I listened, calmer. She laughed, a short, harsh, broken sound. "Or just focused on you." She shook her head, looking at me with something akin to pity. "Staff have gone in there before. Doctors with theories, orderlies on dares, nurses like you thinking they could help. They came out broken, catatonic, or didn't come out at all. You interacted with it, Carter, formed a connection. You might feel calm now, but you're linked, tuned in. It knows you. You're carrying its resonance." Her words confirmed the low hum I felt in my mind. The connection was real, irreversible. "What happens now?" I asked quietly. Evelyn sighed, the sound infinitely weary. Now you're a liability, and possibly our only hope." She looked older than ever, I maintain the protocols because they are the only known method, however flawed, to keep that thing stable, contained. But you did something different, something impossible. She paused. You will report only to me regarding any further resonances you feel. You will continue your duties, but I will assign you specific patients. Those most sensitive, those closest to mentioning it. Maybe your connection can act as a buffer. Maybe. Her expression was grim. Or maybe you'll just be the first one it fully consumes. Either way, Nurse Carter, you can't leave Ridgeway now. You're part of its system in a way no rulebook covers. I walked out of her office into the sterile corridor, the matron's grim prognosis echoing with a low hum in my mind. She was right. I couldn't leave. Not anymore. My idealistic quest to help had led me to become bound to the very heart of the asylum's suffering. I checked on Elias later. He was sleeping soundly, truly sleeping, for the first time since I'd arrived. His face in repose looked peaceful, almost young. Perhaps I had helped him at least. But the cost was now mine to bear, alone. Time takes on a different quality within Ridgeway's walls, measured less by clocks and more by the ebb and flow of collective anxiety, the cycles of medication, the phases of the moon that seem to subtly agitate the building's wounded psyche. 8 months, maybe a year, passed since I entered the windowless room. My life found a new, strange rhythm, dictated by the low, constant hum of psychic residue in my mind, and the careful management of its echoes in others. Matron Thorne, true to her word, began assigning me specific patients, not the violent or overtly psychotic, but the quiet ones, the listeners, the ones whose charts noted acute sensitivity to environment, auditory hallucinations referencing institutional memory, or simply fixation on absence. These were the patients who, like Elias before his final piece, were perilously close to resonating with, or being drawn into, the asylum's dark core. My approach was unlike any standard nursing practice. When young Amelia in room 214 began whispering about the empty place behind the walls, I didn't reach for the haldol. I sat with her, grounded myself, and focused on the cold hum within me, projecting a sense of calm acknowledgement, a quiet mental shh. I didn't engage her words, didn't validate the delusion verbally, but met the underlying psychic frequency with its opposite, stillness, empathy directed not at her words, but at the fear beneath them, the fear I now understood intimately. Slowly, her agitation would subside, her eyes would clear, the connection momentarily broken or soothed by my intervention. It was draining, terrifying work, leaving me feeling scoured raw afterwards, but it worked in a way sedation never could. I became the ward's unofficial psychic shock absorber. The other rules still applied, but my understanding deepened. The extra step on the south stairwell, Rule 2, felt like a localized temporal ripple, more pronounced when the room's energy was agitated. I learned to sense its presence before I reached the landing, choosing alternate routes or simply stepping over it with careful, silent acknowledgement. The 4th floor displacement, Rule 3, occurred twice more. The walk down without blinking remained harrowing, the peripheral whispers and shadows still clawing at my senses. But the reason felt clearer now. Blinking broke focus, opened you to the displaced energy, allowed the asylum's fractured reality to imprint itself. My unwavering gaze was a shield, maintained at great cost. Frank watched me with a mixture of fear and awe now, leaving offerings of lukewarm coffee outside my door some mornings. Vance maintained her professional distance, but her observation reports noted decreased Alpha 7 sedation events on my shifts. My life outside Ridgeway ceased to exist. The connection to the room, to the collective suffering, made the noise and chaos of the normal world unbearable, meaningless. This asylum, this burden, was my entire reality now. My idealism had died, replaced by a weary, pragmatic, and profoundly lonely sense of duty. I wasn't healing the asylum, merely tending its deepest wound, keeping it from consuming others as it had slowly, irrevocably consumed me. Tonight, the air is heavy. A new admission young man named Samuel is struggling badly, whispering frantically about a room with no windows, scratching symbols onto the wall. Symbols disturbingly similar to Elias Thorne's drawing. Matron Thorne looks exhausted when I come on shift. "He's close to it, Carter," she murmurs, handing me his chart. "Be careful." I enter Samuel's room. He shrinks back, eyes wide with terror, whispering about the listening walls. I don't reach for the syringe. I pull up a chair, sit quietly beside his bed, close my eyes, breathe slowly, and reach out with my mind towards the familiar cold hum at the core of Ridgeway. I feel the room's vast, ancient pain, its loneliness. I don't fight it. I acknowledge it, and then carefully, gently, I project a single focused thought into that psychic wellspring, not of suppression, but of shared stillness. Quiet now, rest. In the room, Samuel slowly stops whispering. His frantic energy subsides. His breathing evens out, deepening into what might almost be peaceful sleep. I feel the familiar psychic drain, the weight settling heavier on my own soul, but also the faint lessening of the asylum's background thrum. I sit there, watching Samuel sleep, a solitary caretaker in the heart of the storm. The asylum breathes around me, its pain a constant presence. My work is never done. The final sound isn't a dramatic chime or a closing door. It is simply the quiet, steady rhythm of the patient's breathing. A fragile sound, a temporary peace bought at a cost only I now fully understand. I am the listener. I am the buffer. I am the caretaker of the windowless room. If you felt the chill of Ridgeway's silence, if the 13th step made your breath catch, or if you now fear what watches when you blink, hit like, share this story with someone who sleeps too soundly, and subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. We break the silence, one rule at a time. Welcome back to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight, we're at a haunted Appalachian library with 3 deadly rules for the night shift. Break them, and you might just become another lost echo within its walls. Most libraries lent books. The Blackbriar Library, nestled deep in these Carolina mountains, collects patrons, and the late fees are steeper than you can imagine. That unsettling local phrase echoed in my mind as I guided my old car up the winding gravel track, leaving the last vestiges of cell signal and paved certainty far behind. Dusk settled early in this valley, the late autumn sun already dipping behind the looming western ridge, painting the dense canopy of pine and fading hardwoods in strokes of bruised purple and melancholy gold. The air, filtering through my open window, is crisp, smelling sharply of pine needles, damp earth, and the faint, sweet scent of wood smoke from a distant chimney, maybe belonging to the library's caretaker, my new employer of sorts. My name is Elias Thorne. I took this job, night custodian and archive assistant at the remote, semi-private Blackbriar Library, seeking refuge, not from the law, nothing so dramatic, just from noise, the relentless noise of city life, the louder noise of past failures, specifically the catastrophic miscataloguing incident at the university archive that had quietly but effectively ended my budding academic career. Guilt clung to me like damp wool. This job, this isolation surrounded by silent books, felt like a necessary penance, a chance to regain footing through meticulous quiet work, preservation, order, things I desperately needed to reassert, perhaps in myself as much as in the dusty archives. The library building itself was a marvel and a monstrosity, a dark stone heart flanked by timber wings, built in the late 19th century by the eccentric coal and timber baron Hezekiah Blackbriar. It loomed against the mountainside, windows like dark eyes under heavy brows of ivy. Beautiful, but undeniably forbidding. Old Man Hemlock, the day caretaker, whose family had apparently served the Blackbriars for generations, met me on the wide stone porch as the last light faded. He was weathered as the surrounding mountains, clad in worn flannel and denim, with eyes the color of a stormy sky that seemed to miss nothing. "Evening," he grunted, handing me a heavy ring of iron keys without preamble. His handshake, when I offered one, was brief, his grip surprisingly strong, his skin cool despite the day's lingering warmth. "She's all yours till sunup. Keep the generator topped off. Make the rounds. Don't touch Blackbriar's personal study on the mezzanine. Lock's busted, but consider it sealed." And he paused, fixing me with that sharp gaze. "Mind the house rules." "House rules? House rules?" I asked, expecting notes on thermostats or leaky pipes. "Just the way she is," Hemlock said, voice dropping slightly. He ticked them off on his fingers. 1. Book takes a tumble off a shelf. Leave it lay right where it landed. Don't put it back till morning light hits it. He ignored my questioning look. 2. Mirror at the end of the west gallery. Fine piece of glass. Shows reflections. 3. You'll likely see ink around. Calico cat, mostly black, big fella. Lives here. Just. If you see him heading for the door when you leave, make sure he stays inside. Don't let him follow you down the track. He belongs here. Understand? Cat, mirror, fallen books. It sounded like the bizarre folklore Sarah, the librarian down in Silva, collected. But Hemlock's tone wasn't folksy. It was pragmatic, deadly serious. My past failure echoed, follow procedure, no matter how strange. Understood, I said, forcing confidence I didn't feel. Hemlock grunted again, satisfied. Lights are mostly timed. Logbooks on the main desk. Anything structural, call me. Anything else? He trailed off, shrugging. You're on your own. He turned and shuffled down the path towards his cottage, visible through the trees, leaving me alone with the keys and the immense, silent library. The heavy oak door closed behind me with a soft, definitive thud, the sound swallowed instantly by the profound quiet within. Dust motes danced in the last rays of light, slanting through the tall, arched windows. The air smelled thick, ancient, paper, leather, beeswax, wood smoke, and beneath it all, that faint, cold mineral tang. Towering shelves rose into the gloom like ancient trees in a petrified forest. As I stood there, letting my eyes adjust, oriented myself towards the main circulation desk, I saw him, sauntering out from between two towering shelves labeled Appalachian Folklore, a large calico cat, mostly black, with jagged patches of ginger and white, stopped and regarded me silently. Its eyes were a startling luminous green, holding an unnerving stillness, an intelligence that felt far beyond feline. Ink. He watched me for a long moment, then turned with fluid silence and vanished back into the shadowed aisle. Just a cat, I told myself, my hand tightening on the cold iron keys. Just an old building making noises. Just strange rules from a superstitious old caretaker. But as I walked towards the main desk to begin my shift, a faint but distinct creaking sound emanated from the high, vaulted ceiling directly above me. I froze, remembering Rule 1's implication, forcing my gaze downwards towards the worn floorboards. The sound stopped. The silence pressed back in, heavy and watchful. This wasn't just about preserving books. This was about surviving the night. My first few nights at Blackbriar settled into a pattern of profound silence, punctuated by unnerving anomalies. The library, once day patrons and Hemlock departed, transformed. It became a breathing entity, its creaks and groans less like settling, and more like quiet inhalation, its shadows deeper, seeming to pool in corners and stretch towards me. As I made my hourly rounds with a heavy flashlight and heavier apprehension, I stuck to the main, well-lit areas initially, organizing the circulation desk, familiarizing myself with the public catalog system. I even attempted some of my own research during the long quiet hours, looking into Hezekiah Blackbriar. Zara, down at the Silva County Library, proved an invaluable resource via carefully worded emails exchanged during the day. She dug up old newspaper archives, census records, architectural notes. Hezekiah was brilliant, obsessive, and reclusive, she wrote back after a few days. Poured his fortune into building the Athenaeum in the late 1800s, supposedly as a repository for Appalachian essence, whatever that means. Collected not just books and artifacts, but oral histories, folk magic traditions, some say even local spirits through strange rituals. His wife died young. 2 children vanished from records. Local lore varies wildly, blaming illness, accidents, or something darker tied to Hezekiah's experiments. He died alone in the library years later. The place has been run by a private trust ever since, mostly closed off. Spirits? Binding rituals? The research amplified my unease. I started noticing more. Cold spots weren't just drafts. They lingered. Sometimes felt like they followed me briefly down an aisle. The faint sound of pages turning, a dry rustling, would sometimes drift from sections I knew were empty. Once in the local history section, I found a daguerreotype portrait of a stern-looking woman tucked inside a book on medicinal herbs. A woman bearing a strong resemblance to Hezekiah Blackbriar, but whose face appeared nowhere in the officially officiated family portraits. I carefully replaced it. A faint scent like dried lavender, and something vaguely antiseptic clinging to the page. Then came the first direct test of Rule 1. I was doing my midnight round in the cavernous main reading hall. Moonlight slanted through the high windows, illuminating dust motes. Absolute silence. Suddenly, from the philosophy and esoterica stacks across the room, a loud, solid thump echoed, followed by the unmistakable sliding, fluttering cascade of a large book hitting the floor. My heart leaped. Rule 1. Leave it lay. Don't argue with gravity in here. Every instinct screamed to investigate, to see which book, to reshelve it, restore order. The core of my failed past, the drive for meticulousness. But Hemlock's grim face, Sarah's warnings about the library's reputation, the sheer wrongness I felt in this place. I forced myself to stay put, logging the event from afar. 017, audible item displacement. Sector G, philosophy. No action per protocol 1. My hand trembled as I wrote. As I stood there, listening intently, a wave of palpable cold emanated from the direction of the fallen book, washing across the room, raising goosebumps on my arms. It felt not just cold, but charged, like static electricity, carrying a faint, almost inaudible high-frequency whine that made my teeth ache. It wasn't angry, necessarily, just potent, unstable. I backed away slowly, finished my round, avoiding Sector G entirely. The cold dissipated as I moved away. When I returned an hour later, for the next round, flashlight beams sweeping nervously across the floor where the book had fallen. There was nothing there. The space on the shelf, where it might have come from, looked undisturbed. No sign of the book anywhere. It hadn't just been reshelved. It felt like the event itself had been erased, except for the lingering chill in the air and the renewed fear in my gut. The incident spurred me to talk to Sarah again, more directly this time, during my next trip into town. We met at the small cafe near her library. "Okay, Elias," she said, after I vaguely described the acoustic anomalies and strict protocols. avoiding the word supernatural. This goes beyond eccentric. Old buildings make noises, sure. But rules about not looking up, leaving fallen books, a cat you can't let outside. This sounds unhealthy, or worse. She leaned forward. My research turned up something else. Multiple mentions in old town council minutes, police logs from decades back, about people getting disoriented at Blackbriar, losing time, sometimes reported missing for hours or days, only to reappear with no memory, or found wandering miles away. One entry mentioned a previous caretaker. She hesitated, found dead in his car at the bottom of the mountain road, ruled an accident, lost control on a curve. But it was a clear night. Her words landed heavily. Hemlock just says the place has its ways, I murmured, feeling cold despite the coffee. Maybe Hemlock is part of the ways, Sarah countered gently but firmly. Maybe he knows more than he's letting on. Or maybe he's just as trapped by it as anyone else. She reached across the table, her expression earnest. Elias, maybe this isn't just about preserving old books. Maybe you should think about preserving yourself. Consider leaving. Leaving felt impossible now. My curiosity was fully ignited, tangled with fear, and that old familiar need to fix things, to understand the flawed system. But Sarah's worry, the story of the dead caretaker, they added weight to the rules, to the silence. That night, back at Blackbriar, the West Hall gallery beckoned. The mirror. Rule 2, don't linger. I told myself I was just doing my rounds, checking the area. But I paused in front of the large, ornate mirror, longer than a quick glance. My reflection looked back, pale, strained. Then the surface seemed to ripple, like heat haze. The reflection shifted. It was still me, but older, gaunter, wearing a dusty, old-fashioned caretaker's uniform I didn't own. I stood within the library's oldest archive room, in the reflection, surrounded by towering shelves, frantically sorting crumbling books, looking utterly trapped, hopeless. A low, mournful sighing sound seemed to emanate from the mirror itself. I recoiled, gasping, stumbling back from the glass. The image vanished instantly, leaving only my terrified present-day reflection staring back. Rule 2 wasn't just about seeing the future. It was about seeing potential confinements. Had I just glimpsed my own fate if I stayed? Or was it a warning? A manipulation? Shaken, I hurried away. As I left the gallery, I saw ink watching me from the shadows at the far end, its green eyes gleaming, utterly unreadable. The vision in the mirror, that fleeting glimpse of a future self, seemingly entombed within Blackbriar's dusty confines, haunted my waking hours and bled into my dreams. Was it a warning? A threat? A fixed point? I was now inexorably heading towards. Rule 2's injunction against lingering felt less like a precaution, and more like a desperate attempt to avoid acknowledging a predetermined path laid out by the library itself. My research into Hezekiah Blackbriar intensified, driven now by a more personal fear. Was he still trapped here somehow? His obsession creating ripples that caught others? Sarah, bless her rational heart, tried to help from afar. She dug into land registry records, tax documents, anything that might shed light on the library's obscure trust ownership or Blackbriar's final years. It's weird, Elias, she reported during a crackly phone call. Ownership transferred to a blind trust right after his death, managed by an old Providence law firm that doesn't seem to exist anymore. Very little paper trail, but I found references in Hezekiah's architectural notes, cross-referenced with local folklore forums. Mentions of him binding a threshold guardian to the property. Something ancient tied to the valley itself, not just the building. Something to keep things in, and maybe keep things out. A threshold guardian. Ink, The realization solidified the cat's role beyond mere observation. It wasn't just a quirky house rule. Rule 3 was about managing a powerful, potentially non-physical entity bound to the library's perimeter. Ink's presence became more pointed after my lingering look in the mirror. It started appearing more frequently during my rounds, often materializing silently, just as I approached areas mentioned cryptically in Blackbriar's journal. The locked founder's study, the base of the silent grandfather clock, the entrance to the silent grandfather clock, damp, unused wine cellar. It wouldn't attack, wouldn't hiss. It would just be there, watching me with those unnervingly intelligent green eyes, a silent, furry admonition against curiosity. Sometimes it would leave things in my path. A dead shrew, normal enough. But once a small, perfectly preserved bird skull, bleached white, and another time, a single, antique iron key, heavily rusted, lying directly in the center of the main hall floor. I left the skull, pocketed the key, heart pounding. The test of Rule 3 came on a cold, clear night, frost glittering on the ground outside. My shift was ending. The library felt quiet, almost peaceful. After a night blessedly free of falling books or overhead footsteps, I locked the inner archive doors, did my final sweep, and headed towards the heavy main entrance, keys in hand, anticipating the crisp mountain air. Ink sat directly in front of the door, blocking my path, washing its face with meticulous indifference. All right, Ink, I sighed, exhaustion making me bold. Shift's over. Time for me to go. The cat stopped washing, looked up at me. A low, rumbling purr started deep in its chest, a sound that vibrated unpleasantly in the stillness, feeling less like contentment and more like idling machinery. It didn't move. Rule 3. Don't let it follow you home. Implicit. Get past it. Get out. Lock it inside. I took a step forward. Ink remained seated, but its eyes narrowed slightly. The purr deepened, taking on a rougher, grating quality. Come on, cat, I said, trying to edge around it. It moved then, a blur of speed, darting past me towards the hallway leading deeper into the library, then reappearing silently behind me as I reached for the door bolts. It sat again, watching, waiting for me to open the door so it could potentially slip out. Okay. This wasn't passive observation. This was active obstruction, or a test. My hand hovered over the heavy brass bolt. If I opened the door, could I be fast enough to slip out and pull it shut before Ink darted through? It moved unnaturally fast. What were the complications Hemlock mentioned if it got out? Remembering the feeling of being watched outside the cabin in that other story. No. Focus Elias. Remembering the journal entries about binding, about containment. Keeping it inside felt critically important. I took a step away from the door, back towards the center of the hall, keeping my eyes on the cat. It watched me, head tilted. I walked slowly towards the West Hall gallery, towards the mirror. Ink didn't follow immediately, just watched. I reached the dim gallery entrance, risked a glance back. Ink remained by the main door, a silent sentinel, heart pounding. I walked down the gallery towards the mirror, telling myself I was just checking another part of the library before trying the door again. I reached the mirror, obeyed Rule 2. Quick glance only. My own pale face stared back, nothing else, and turned immediately. Ink was now sitting directly in the gallery entrance, blocking my way back to the main hall, its green eyes glowing faintly in the dimness. The low, grating purr resumed, louder now. It had trapped me. Panic flared. I was cut off from the main exit. Were there other ways out? Back doors? Windows? My mind raced through the library layout. The old cellar, maybe? As I backed away from the cat, deeper into the West Hall gallery, my foot hit something soft on the floor. A fallen book, small, bound in dark cloth. I hadn't heard it fall. Rule 1. Leave it. But Ink was blocking the way out, and the book, it lay near a section marked local folklore and remedies. Maybe Maybe there was something in it. A way to handle the Guardian? It felt like a terrible, desperate choice, breaking one rule to potentially survive another. Ink watched me, its purr stopping, replaced by a low, expectant silence. The decision was mine. The book or the Guardian? The silence stretched, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart. Ink remained blocking the gallery entrance, an implacable shadow with glowing green eyes. Before me lay the fallen book, radiating a faint sense of urgency, directly contradicting Rule 1. Behind me, the mirror, cold and silent, held the ghost of a terrifying reflection. Trapped, breaking Rule 1 felt like suicide after Hemlock's warnings and my own experiences. But trying to force my way past Ink seemed equally dangerous. The cat wasn't just a cat. It was a manifestation of the library's will, its guardian. What if the fallen book was the key? Placed here deliberately. A test within a test. My gaze fell on the book's plain cover. No title visible. My research into local folklore, aided by Sarah, flashed in my mind. Tales of protective haints bound to places, appeased by specific rituals or knowledge. Tales of trickster spirits offering dangerous bargains. Blackbriar's journal spoke of resonant anchors, and using specific texts to harmonize discordant echoes. With Ink watching my every move, I made a choice. Slowly, cautiously, I knelt beside the fallen book. I didn't pick it up immediately. Instead, remembering Hemlock's connection to the land, the local ways, I spoke softly to the book, to the echo it might contain, using a phrase Sarah had found referenced in connection with appeasing old Appalachian spirits. Not seeking to bind, I murmured, only to understand the passage. As I spoke, Ink let out a soft, questioning mew, a surprisingly normal sound that broke the tension momentarily. It tilted its head, observing me. Was this the right approach? Heart still pounding, I gently touched the book's cover. No immediate cold, no static discharge. Encouraged, I carefully picked it up. It felt ordinary, just an old book. The cover was blank, worn smooth by time. I opened it. The pages weren't text. They were filled with intricate, hand-drawn illustrations of local plants and herbs, annotated in Hezekiah Blackbriar's familiar script, detailing not their botanical properties, but their supposed resonant qualities. Which ones absorbed psychic echoes, which ones repelled certain influences, which ones could supposedly stabilize temporal friction. It was Blackbriar's hidden pharmacopoeia for dealing with the library's specific ailments. And tucked into the back, a pressed sprig of the exact herb hemlock grew by his cottage, mountain mint, described by Blackbriar as a potent grounding agent against spectral displacement. A tool, not a trap. Clutching the book, I stood up slowly. Not a trap. Clutching the book, I stood up slowly. Ink remained at the gallery entrance, but its posture seemed less hostile, more curious. Holding the herbal, I walked steadily towards it. I need to leave, Guardian, I said calmly, respectfully. My shift is over. Ink stared at me for a long moment, green eyes seeming to weigh my intent, the book I held, the herb now in my hand. Then, with a fluid movement, it stepped aside, clearing the doorway, and melted back into the shadows of the main hall. Relief washed over me, so potent I felt dizzy. I hurried to the main doors, unbolted them, and stepped out into the cold, clean pre-dawn air, pulling the heavy doors shut and locking them securely behind me. I didn't see Ink try to follow this time. My encounter with Hemlock later that morning was different. I didn't just report the incident. I showed him the herbal, asked him about Blackbriar's notes on resonant properties. Hemlock's usual gruffness gave way to wary surprise, then a dawning respect. Mountain mint, he murmured, examining the sprig. Aye, keeps things grounded. My granny taught me. He looked at me, then at the library. So, you picked up the book, and Ink let you pass. He shook his head slowly. Blackbriar wrote that rule in absolute. After his boy Thomas. Well, after Thomas disturbed a fallen text and wasn't right afterwards. Never thought there was another way around it. He revealed more then, confirming my suspicions. The library did absorb echoes. Ink was the guardian bound by Blackbriar, meant to enforce the containment. The mirror did show dangerous futures, often fixed by the library's will once seen. Rule 3's. Shelving was an imperfect duplication. A dangerous glitch the library usually purged through unknown means. The clock seemed the likely candidate, though Hemlock admitted it hadn't chimed 13 in his lifetime. Its mechanism long time dormant. Until now, I realized with a chill, linking it to the duplicate I saw in the previous Outlines Chapter 4. Need to replan that. You changed something. Elias, Hemlock said grimly, handing back the mint sprig. By picking up that book and satisfying the guardian. You stepped off the path Blackbriar laid down. Means the old rules. They might not work the same for you now. Might be more dangerous. Or he paused, looking towards the silent library. Might be a chance to find a different way. Just don't know if the library, or what's in it, will let you. His words resonated as I prepared for my next shift. I had survived all 3 rules, even intentionally broken one by interacting with the fallen herbal. I had knowledge from Blackbriar's hidden journal. I had, perhaps, earned the wary tolerance of the Guardian, but I had also, as Hemlock warned, stepped off the established path into unknown territory. That night the library felt different yet again. Still watchful, still ancient, but the rigid structure of the rules felt looser, more volatile. As I did my rounds, I noticed the hands on the grandfather clock in the main hall were no longer frozen. They pointed to 10 minutes past midnight, and the pendulum swung with a slow, steady, resonant sweep back and forth, keeping time once more. But was it keeping normal time? And what happened when this clock reached its 13th hour? The path forward felt treacherous, the rules uncertain. But for the first time, maybe, just maybe, there was a chance to do more than just survive the night. There was a chance to understand. Okay, here are chapters 5, 6, and 7 to complete the story Blackbriar Library, continuing from the end of chapter 4, where Elias decided to interact with the fallen book, defying Rule 1, while Ink watched. This version incorporates all the cumulative feedback provided. Why? Ink's low, vibrating growl. A sound felt as much as heard, filled the narrow aisle, a clear warning resonating in the heavy silence. The fallen biography of Elara Ainsworth lay at my feet, feeling less like an inanimate object and more like a loaded question. Rule 1 demanded I ignore it, leave it for the library's own inscrutable process. Hemlock's fearful warnings echoed in my mind, but Blackbriar's journal, an unstable echo seeking release or reception, and the palpable wave of cold sorrow emanating from the book itself. It felt less like a trap and more like a desperate plea. It felt less like a trap and more like a desperate plea. My own past failures, the times I'd chosen caution over intervention, pricked at my conscience. I mean no harm, I whispered, directing the words as much to the watchful cat guardian as to the book itself. Just understanding. Ignoring Ink's intensified growl, I knelt slowly, deliberately, and reached out a trembling hand. The moment my fingertips brushed the worn leather cover, the air snapped cold, and the book pulsed with a faint internal energy. Simultaneously, Ink exploded into action. It launched itself from the shadows, not with a cat spring, but with unnatural force, a low hiss tearing the air. I threw myself sideways. The book clutched tight, as sharp claws raked the floorboards where I'd been kneeling. I scrambled back against the towering shelves, heart hammering. Ink landed silently. Crouched low, tail lashing, green eyes blazing with cold fire. It was larger now, its form seeming to flicker, edges blurring into shadow. Holding the book like a shield, I felt the echo within surge. Fragmented images flooding my mind. Moonlight on rhododendrons, the scratch of a pen on paper, intense loneliness, a final, terrifying darkness swallowing everything. Alara Ainsworth, trapped. Ink, listen, I shouted, trying to project calm over the terror. She doesn't belong archived like this, the creature hissed again, gathering itself to spring. Blackbriar's journal flashed in my mind. Resonance can be guided. True names hold power. Poetry is the key to her frequency. Alara Ainsworth, I yelled her full name, focusing my intent on the book, on the echo within. Your name is known. Your words remain. I fumbled, trying to recall a line from the poem Sarah had found for me. Something about the mountains holding memory. The peaks remember every sigh. I quoted desperately. Beneath the cold Appalachian sky, the book in my hands grew distinctly warm. A soft, sighing whisper escaped its pages, smelling faintly of honeysuckle and damp earth. Ink recoiled as if burned, a high-pitched shriek tearing from its throat, a sound that was part feline, part electronic static. The library itself seemed to groan around us. Lights flickered violently in the main hall beyond the aisle. Books rattled on nearby shelves. Ink's form flickered wildly, shadows momentarily detaching and snapping back. It stared at the book, then at me, confusion warring with its ingrained hostility. It seemed disrupted. I didn't press the advantage. Clutching the book, I slowly stood, keeping my eyes locked on the Guardian. It watched me, wary now. Its growl subsided to a low, uncertain rumble. The immediate violent aggression had passed, replaced by a tense standoff. Holding the book carefully, I backed slowly away down the aisle, never turning my back on the creature. Ink didn't follow, just watched me go. Its luminous eyes narrowed in suspicion, and perhaps grudging acknowledgement. Back at the main desk, shaken, bleeding slightly from a scratch on my arm where a claw had grazed me, I examined the biography. It felt different. Still old, still fragile, but the intense coldness, the overwhelming sorrow was gone. It felt like just a book again. Had I released her, or merely quieted the echo by acknowledging her name, her work? The journal offered no clear answers, only theories on resonance discharge and archival reintegration. I didn't reshelve the book. Following a hunch, I carried it carefully to the small locked display case in the main hall dedicated to local authors. Using the antique key I had found earlier, the one left by Ink, I unlocked the case and placed Alara Ainsworth's biography inside, among the published works, giving her echo, perhaps, a place of quiet honor instead of unstable imprisonment on a dusty shelf. As I locked the case, I felt a subtle shift in the library's atmosphere. The oppressive weight lessened almost imperceptibly. The silence felt less like waiting, more like listening. Ink appeared at the far end of the hall, regarded me silently for a long moment, then turned and vanished into the stacks without a sound. I had broken a primary rule, confronted the Guardian, and interacted directly with an archived echo, and I had survived. More than that, I felt I had made a small, positive change in the library's haunted ecosystem. But the cost, the consequences, the way Ink and the library itself would react moving forward, that remained terrifyingly unknown. I had stepped off Blackbriar's path. Now I had to find my own. The weeks following the Alara Ainsworth incident were marked by a tense, watchful quiet. The library felt different. The baseline level of ambient dread had lessened, replaced by a feeling of profound uncertainty, as if the old operating system had been disrupted and the new one was still booting, full of potential bugs and unknown protocols. Ink remained aloof, watchful, occasionally appearing at the end of aisles, its green eyes tracking me. But the overt hostility was gone, replaced by a wary assessment. I reported the incident cautiously to Hemlock, showed him the scratches, explained finding the fallen Ainsworth book, Ink's reaction, and how I'd used her name in poetry, then placed the book in the display case. He listened in stunned silence, pipe forgotten in his hand. "You talked it down," he finally managed, shaking his head in disbelief. Talk down an active echo and the Guardian. He looked at me as if seeing me for the first time. Blackbriar himself wrote that direct engagement was suicide, that the echoes would overwhelm. The Guardian would tear you apart. Maybe he was wrong, I said quietly. Maybe just containing them isn't enough. Maybe they need acknowledgement. Hemlock was silent for a long time, staring towards the brooding library building. "Change things, son," he murmured finally. "You've gone and changed things proper. Don't know if it's for better or worse. But she..." He nodded towards the library. "She knows you now. Knows you ain't just following the old rules." He sighed. "A plume of non-existent smoke means you're responsible now, in a way, for whatever comes next." His words resonated. I did feel responsible, and strangely, less afraid, replaced by a heavy sense of purpose. My research in Blackbriar's hidden journal intensified, no longer just seeking survival tips, but actively looking for ways to understand and manage the library's condition. I learned more about the other rules. The mirror indeed showed futures shaped by the library's archived intentions, making lingering dangerous as it cataloged the viewer into that potential timeline. Ink's role was confirmed as Guardian Jailer, its form perhaps shifting based on the library's needs or the nature of the echo it confronted. Zara, contacted via infrequent trips to town for signal, was relieved. I was alive but terrified by my increasingly strange accounts. "Elias, this isn't research anymore. It says ghost hunting," she pleaded. "That place is dangerous. What if you release something truly awful? Or get trapped yourself?" Her rational fear was a necessary anchor, reminding me of the stakes, but I couldn't turn back now. I felt inextricably linked to Blackbriar's legacy, to the trapped echoes. My role evolved. I became less a caretaker, more a cautious custodian of a deeply troubled archive. I still performed the basic duties, but spent more time observing, documenting anomalies, cross-referencing them with Blackbriar's notes, trying to anticipate patterns. When a book fell now, I approached with caution, assessing the feel of the echo before deciding whether to leave it or attempt a quiet ritual of acknowledgement based on my research. Sometimes leaving a specific herb, like the mountain mint, hemlock grew. Sometimes reading a relevant passage aloud. Sometimes simply sitting nearby in quiet contemplation. Ink often watched these interactions from a distance, silent, inscrutable. The mirror remained an object of extreme caution, glanced at only fleetingly. The cat, our truce held, wary but stable. It no longer tried to follow me out, seemingly accepting my role within its domain, though its eye still held depths I couldn't fathom. Life settled into a new, strange rhythm, maintaining the fragile balance, decoding the library's secrets, managing the echoes. It was lonely, demanding work, the constant vigilance taxing, but there was a profound sense of purpose I'd never known before. I wasn't just preserving history. I felt like I was actively participating in mediating it, trying to bring a measure of peace to the library's troubled soul. I go nowhere. Then one night, reading through Blackbriar's final, almost incoherent journal entries, notes penned shortly before his death within these walls, I found it. A hastily scrawled addendum, almost an afterthought, referencing the library's core. The catalog itself resonates. Amendments possible during peak harmonic convergence. Requires the Guardian's assent. And the Caretaker's blood? A way to alter the library's core programming. To fundamentally change the rules, not just bend them. The journal entry trailed off, unfinished, but the implication was staggering. A path towards a more permanent solution, perhaps, but requiring Inc.'s cooperation. And a blood price. The final decision, the ultimate test of my new role, loomed. The peak harmonic convergence mentioned in Blackbriar's final note coincided, according to his charts, with a rare lunar eclipse visible over the Appalachians just before the winter solstice. As the date approached, the library grew restless. The subtle anomalies intensified. Louder whispers echoed between the stacks. Cold spots lingered longer. Books fell more frequently, their echoes feeling agitated, expectant. Ink became a constant shadow, rarely leaving my vicinity, its green eyes glowing with unusual intensity. Hemlock grew paler, more withdrawn, retreating to his cottage, muttering about bad tides, and the founder stirring. Sarah pleaded with me to leave before the eclipse. Whatever Blackbriar was planning, Elias, it drove him mad. Don't follow him down that path. But I felt I had no choice. The library's instability was growing. But the containment felt like it was fraying. Blackbriar's final notes offered the only potential path beyond mere management. A chance to fundamentally alter the library's core resonance, perhaps easing the torment of the trapped echoes, establishing a true, lasting peace instead of this tenser, rule-bound truce. It required reaching the library's heart, described as a hidden chamber beneath the founder's study, during the eclipse, with Ink's assent, and performing the ritual involving the catalog and a blood offering. On the night of the eclipse, the library was electric. The air hummed with palpable energy. Dust motes danced frantically in the beams of my flashlight. Sounds amplified unnaturally. The creak of wood, the rustle of paper, my own heartbeat, following instructions deciphered from the journal. I gathered specific items. Salt from Hemlock's pantry, a specific type of quartz found only in a nearby creek bed, the Ainsworth biography, and the hidden herbal. I made my way to the founder's study. Ink waited for me by the hidden panel behind the fireplace described in the journal. It didn't growl, it simply looked at me, then gave a soft, almost inaudible chirp, and brushed against my leg before melting into the shadows towards the hidden entrance. Ascent. My breath hitched. Behind the panel lay a narrow, winding stone staircase descending into cold darkness. At the bottom lay the heart of the library. Not a grand chamber, but a small, circular room. Walls lined with shelves holding not books, but hundreds of small, labeled glass jars containing dust, dried flowers, scraps of parchment, strange geological samples, Blackbriar's essence archive. In the center, on a stone pedestal, lay a single, massive, ancient ledger bound in dark, cracked leather. The catalog raisonné, the library's true core, as the eclipse outside reached totality, bathing the world above in temporary darkness. A low, resonant hum filled the chamber, emanating from the catalog itself. The air grew bitingly cold. Whispers swirled around me. Elara Ainsworth, the unblinking reader, the time-lost woman, countless others, their essences momentarily stirred by the celestial alignment. Taking the ritual knife described in the journal, found with the herbal, I made a small, sharp cut on my palm, letting drops of blood fall onto the catalog's cover. The caretaker's blood, the journal had instructed, to attune the resonance. Then placing the specific herbs and the quartz crystal on the cover as dictated, I opened the catalog. Instead of pages, it revealed swirling patterns of light and shadow, resonating with the hum. Following the final, cryptic instructions, I placed the Ainsworth biography gently onto the swirling patterns within the catalog. Then, focusing all my will, all my intent learned over these months of mediating echoes, I spoke the closing passages described by Blackbriar, a phrase designed not to imprison, but to offer peace, release into the library's memory, rather than that tormented echoing. The library screamed, a high-frequency wave of sound and pressure that threw me back against the stone wall, extinguishing my flashlight. The whispers surged into a cacophony, but beneath the chaos, I felt a subtle shift, the agony lessening, replaced by a wave of profound, ancient sorrow, then quiet acceptance. When the hum faded and the pressure subsided, I relit my flashlight with shaking hands. The catalog lay closed on the pedestal, seemingly inert. The Ainsworth biography was gone, absorbed or integrated. The air in the chamber felt lighter, cleaner, still ancient, still filled with echoes, but the tormented edge was gone. I emerged back into the main library hours later, as the eclipse ended and dawn broke. The library felt calm, truly calm, for the first time since I'd arrived. Ink rubbed against my leg near the main desk, its purr now a deep, steady, contented rumble, before leaping onto a high shelf to survey its domain. My journey hadn't ended. My custodianship continued. The library was still filled with echoes, still governed by strange properties. But something fundamental had shifted. The rules felt less like absolute commands and more like guidelines for respecting the potent memories held within these walls. The cycle of torment, fueled by Blackbriar's obsessive binding, had been altered. There was potential now, not just for containment but for resolution, one echo at a time. I sat down at the main desk, opened my own logbook. The final sound wasn't a threatening growl or a spectral whisper. It was the soft, steady scratch of my pen across the page, documenting not just anomalies, but the slow, painstaking process of bringing peace to the haunted archives of Blackbriar Library. The work I knew would take a lifetime, my lifetime, and for the first time that felt less like a sentence and more like a purpose. Elias faced the echoes of Blackbriar Library. What a chilling night. If you enjoyed the scares, hit like, share, and subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. See you in the next nightmare.